we'll crack on with tonight's live chat, number 47. Hope you're safe and well out there. Just going to wait for the technology between the camera and the desktop to link up, and then I can make sure that everything's working as it should. Looks like we're going live. They're not giving me any adverts tonight. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Brooks's Base Corner. This is live chat number 47, coming to you from London town here in the UK. 8 o'clock Tuesday evening, so it must be live chat time. I hope you're all safe and well out there. Hope life's treating you well. Hope your bass playing is going uproariously. Thank you very much for attending. It's very welcome. I hope you're all okay. Before I go any further, I'll try and explain the dynamics for those who've never either been on a live chat here on Brooks's Base Corner before, or have never even ventured onto a live chat anywhere on YouTube. So this is a video window, what you're seeing me talking to you from. Directly below this, if you're on the mobile app, is the live chat section. If you're on the desktop version, it's that way. How this works: you put your cursor or your pointer or your insertion point, whatever you want to call it, into the live chat box. Click on your mouse, type your question or comment, press send. It will then appear here on my screen. As I see comments appear, I can reply to them. And that's essentially how it works. There's nothing complicated here. It's a two-way street, a two-way conversation. So if you guys don't want to get involved or got nothing really to talk about, or nothing bass related that you'd like to discuss, it's going to be a very boring conversation. So you're going to listen to me prattling on for about an hour. But if you guys make it a two-way thing, you've got questions about bass guitars, amplifiers, speakers, combos, bass accessories, strings, straps, great bass players, bands that had great bass players in them, albums with great bass lines on. Perhaps you've got some equipment that's not working properly. Maybe your bass isn't working, or the amp's blown up, or your pedals don't sound how you want them to sound, or you're setting up a pedal board for the first time, or you've just bought a bass and it's really dirty and grotty, you don't know how to set it up, don't know what to clean it with. Ask me. If I can help, give you some advice, give you some pointers in the right direction, that's what I'm here for. If I don't know the answer, chances are one of the regular fine people that we have here on Brooks's Base Corner live chats, if I don't know the answer, chances are they will. So what kind of gives me the authority to talk about this sort of stuff? Well, I've been playing for 36 years, 28 years as a full-time professional. I've done over 4,000 gigs in my career. I wrote for Bass Guitar Magazine and Bass Player Magazine for 18 years. I've had so many guitars, amplifiers, combos, effects, pieces of bass gear come through these hands, and reviews. I've done, I think I added it up, it was somewhere in the region of about, I think it's about 600 various reviews and features that I've written for magazines. So if I can help, please ask, and that's what we're here for. If you're not already a subscriber here on the channel, feel free to hit the subscribe button below. Hit the notification bell so you get notifications when I post up new videos, when we're doing live chats, when I post up messages on the community tab. And also, if you enjoy the video, enjoy what we do here on the channel, please give it a thumbs up. Give any of the videos a thumbs up. It's very much appreciated. Any comments on any of the videos outside of this particular live chat, leave it in the comments section. As soon as I get a notification from YouTube that you've left a comment on any video, I'll try and come back to you as quick as I can. If you message overnight and I'm asleep here in the UK, then you're not going to get a reply for a couple of hours until I wake up the next day. I've had a couple of people ask, why didn't you reply to my question sooner? Because you sent it when it was 1 a.m. here and I didn't wake up till 8 a.m. So it was a 7-hour difference. So thankfully those comments are few and far between. So as I said, this is the video window. If you're on the mobile app, directly below is the live chat window. If you're on the desktop version, live chat window is that way. Underneath that, you'll find a description box where there's a very brief description of this live chat. And underneath that, you'll find a variety of links, affiliate links, social media links, merchandising links. So merchandise, we have a range of Brooks's Base Corner merchandise, t-shirts, caps. We have mouse mats. New samples have appeared. So we have mouse mats. We have various headwear, caps, beanie hats, woolen hats, bucket caps, if you're into all that. We have mugs and glasses and water bottles. You'll have seen the white mug with the colourful logo. Well, here we have a black mug with the exploding base logo. Just arrived. I'll just take a quick sip of this. And for anyone who thinks, oh, I quite like the look of the mugs, I had a white, or I still got a white one here with the multicolour base logo. It's been in and out of our dishwasher about 15 times since it appeared. There's no fading. The designs don't fade. It's great. Miracle. Whoever came up with that way of printing on mugs, thank you, sir. So if you buy a mug, well, as I'm saying, after 15 washes in the dishwasher, the mugs don't fade. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, they stay that way. So if you want to buy t-shirts, hoodies, mouse mats, mugs, caps, hats, there's socks on there, iPhone covers, there's literally about 150 items for every design that we have. So there's about 10 designs. A new one has gone up today. If you want to check that out, head on over to Spreadshirt if you're here in the UK or in Europe. It's Spreadshop if you're in the US or worldwide. There are links in the description box, and you'll find the 2 links for UK in Europe, US and worldwide. The way this merchandise works, I don't get the full fee. When you see a price attached to any of the merchandise, I don't get the full price. I get a small seller's fee. But all those small fees suddenly increase and get bigger. So if you want to buy some merch, help the channel out, feel free. I'll give you a quick look at some of the t-shirts, some of the garments, just to give you an idea of what there is out there. And then I'll tell you everything else that's in the description box. So just bear with me a moment. So since last week's live chat, I think I mentioned to the regulars here, I had some new sample merchandise coming through. So I've got a bunch of new shirts. Some of them you'll have seen before, but there's like 4 or 5 new ones. So there's the charcoal grey that I'm wearing here. Stand up so you can kind of see the whole thing. There you go. And then we have a black, this is called a ringer top. So there's a black one with the same design. You can get all the shirts are available in different colors, different styles, sizes. Check them out. So that's a ringer top. Trying not to vibrate the camera as I put that back on the stand. Then we've got this one, which you've seen before, which is the baseball shirt with the multicolored base logo. So again, you can have that, I think, in a navy, or there's one with black sleeves if you fancy black sleeves. Very good. And then we've got this is a quote shirt, so there's going to be a range of these. So if you've checked the merchandise out before, or you've seen social media, so basically what does this say? It says, tip the bass player, they're the reason you're dancing. So there's a whole load of shirts. You can apply that design to any of the merch. So if you want to educate people in what us bass players do, feel free. So we've got a nice green one there, and then you've got the kind of 70s looking text effect there. Very good. And then what we've got here, so then we've got a peacock blue with that new design. So that blue is called peacock blue apparently. And then we've got the royal blue, which is different to the peacock blue, again with the colourful base logo. Then we've got a sky blue version with the exploding base. I think that's called sky blue. Ice blue might be, I think. But anyway, so there we go. And then we've got, you've seen this one before. So this is a long sleeve t-shirt in navy with the base logo and the sunset effect text. So there's a whole load of stuff there. And like I say, there's a whole new design there as well. Another quote shirt, which says, I'm with the bass player. And you've got the bass outline and the text on the front. If you've got time to venture off of the live chat and you want to go and check it out, click on the affiliate links below, go to the design section of the shop. You'll see that new design. Let me know what you think. So in the description box, we've done the merchandise links. Underneath that, you'll find affiliate links. These are purchase links. So if you've got any bass related purchases, maybe strings, straps, leads, picks, a new bass perhaps, amplifier, pedals, pedal board, anything bass related, I've created Brooks's Bass Corner shops with the affiliate retailers. So there's a link there for Thomann in Germany. Then there are links for Amazon in the UK and Europe, and another link for Amazon.com in the US and worldwide. So basically how this works, you click on the link, go through to the retailer, and you will find various subcategories. So there'll be like strings, instruments, pedals, amplifiers, cleaning materials, accessories, gig bags. Find an item that you're looking for, add it to your basket. If you then go through and purchase the item, when the order is fulfilled, I think within 48 hours of it being shipped, if you're keeping the product and it's not going to be returned, the channel then receives an affiliate commission. So again, it's not the full amount that you're buying the product for. It's a very small percentage of the total cost. But all those small percentages add up to a bigger percentage. That's generally how it works. So there's links there for Thomann, Amazon in UK and Europe and US and worldwide. There will also be links in the next couple of days for Gear for Music and ANDERTONS here in the UK, and there's potentially going to be PMT as well. I'm working on that one at the moment, so hopefully that will all bear fruit. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Then underneath the affiliate links, you will find social media links. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Be Real, Quora, Reddit, and Discord. There we go. So I can see lots of messages sort of flying in. So let me just turn that to all messages. So I'm getting everything. And we want everything in there too. And let's say hello to the people we've got on the live chat. So started by Stacey Ann from North Carolina. Good evening. Hope you're well. Hope everything's good there. Yes, you got in before Lewis, the lovely Lewis from California. So yeah, you did well there. Well done. Visog, evening. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're well. Paul from Glasgow, YouTubers and influencer. Good to see you. It's nice to see you, my friend. It's nice to see you, my friend. Hope you're having a good day. Neoland from Holland. Peter, good to see you. Thank you for attending. Jim Hawkins. Jim, I haven't forgotten the bass lessons. Don't worry. You are top of my list. My list hasn't been ventured onto since the weekend. It will be. And the reason I haven't got to the list is because I was filming the setup workshop video for this bass over the past couple of days. So that's all filmed. New strings, rotor sounds are on. Here we go. So this bass has been filmed and I'm editing at the moment, which is why I haven't come back to you about the lessons, Jim, but I will be. You are top of the list. But this video, I was hoping to get up and uploaded today, but I think it's probably going to be tomorrow because I've still got a bit of editing work to do. But anyway, if you want to see this workshop video, so basically cleaning it, taking the old strings off, putting new strings on, cleaning the frets, doing the action, intonation, pickup height, neck relief. We did everything. And we've now got a bass that A, plays great, sounds great, and it's got some decent strings on it, not the dead as old rope to Dario Nichols that were on it. So where I was slapping it and it was just going thud, it now goes. We have zing. So it's back in the real world. There we go. So that'll be coming out on Queen Tribute gig that I'm doing this weekend. 2 shows for 2 separate audiences in 1 gig. So that'll be getting some use, which is great. So good to see you, Jim. Thank you for attending. Stacey, love Savannah. What are we talking? Oh, that's where Jim is, of course. Sorry. Savannah, Georgia. Well done. Spent part of my honeymoon there and returned just about every year since. There you go. Martin, Dublin, good to see you. Hope you're well. Thank you for attending. Jim, just clicked on the Amazon link. Pretty cool. Thank you. But yeah, any purchase, even if it's just a bag of picks. I don't know if you get free shipping on a single bag of picks, but if there's anything you want to buy base related, you can help the channel out. And I haven't even got to super chat and super thanks yet. We'll do that in a second. So any purchases base related, picks, strings, straps, it all helps. So I'll say thank you in advance. If anyone's got any base related purchases they want to do through Thomann or Amazon, feel free. And thank you. So I'll get to the end of these messages and I'll do the super chat, super thanks, and we've done that part of the live chat. Marcel Schmidt, good to see you. I don't think you've been on here before. You always tune in for a bit. Thank you. Great. Thank you for coming back. Returning viewers. That's what we're all about. Good content. Thank you. Thank you. If you guys don't attend and watch and get involved and all the extra views that I get after the live chat, because you can watch any of the live chats afterwards, they all get uploaded to YouTube. If you guys don't do that, then it is just me here talking to myself into a camera. So thank you. What can I say? Jim, in the US, shipping is free if you have Prime. It's the same here. So I think Prime here is like £80, I think. Or did it go up? It might have gone up. But not everyone has Prime, you see. So yeah, but so then you have to spend, I think, £20 to get free shipping on Amazon. But yeah. Okay, super chat, super thanks. Let's do this bit. So inside the live chat window, again, if you're on the mobile app, it's below the video window. If you're on the desktop version, it's that way. At the bottom, you'll see there's an emoji icon. Please feel free to hit the emojis as much as you want. Give it an absolute pounding and leathering. It's great because the YouTube algorithm thinks you're getting involved with the conversation and you're enjoying the chat. So that's a free way of helping the channel, which is very much appreciated. Next to the emoji icon, you'll see a dollar symbol. That's called Super Chat. How does that work? Well, what it is a facility, put teeth in even, yeah, one of those. It's a facility. It's like folk in folk songs. Yeah. It's a facility for you to help the channel by making a financial donation. Doesn't have to be a big amount, can be a small amount, or as much as you wish. The very fine Martin Fay from Dublin made a financial contribution of €50 to the channel 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago. And I'm still reeling from that someone was more than happy to put €50 into the channel. Thank you. You know I said thank you, Martin. So we'll do that in person one day and I'll buy you a bottle of wine. So that's how Super Chat works. So if you're thinking, well, why does the channel need money? Well, it's what keeps the channel moving. It lubricates the oil, it lubricates the wheels of progress within YouTube and the algorithm. By making financial donations, it allows me to buy some of the stuff that you see in the reviews, in the demos, allows me to buy the lights, the boom stands, the microphones, the cables, the audio interfaces, the pedals that you see demoed and reviewed. It allows me to, it keeps the strings sorted on all these bases. It's the cleaning materials. So for this Lakeland, what do we use? Well, there are sprays, cleaning sprays, polishes, new strings. Let me think, what else did we do? What else did we do? Cleaning the frets. So that needed grip guards. It needed fret erasers. I then used some Neverdull polish wadding to clean them up. You're going to see all this in the video. Hopefully it will be up tomorrow. And I show you how clean that wadding is when I start and how clean it is, which it isn't, how discolored it is at the end of the process. You'll be shocked. But that, and this isn't even an old bass. I think this bass is like 2.5 years old. I think it's had 2 owners. Not particularly played a lot, I don't think, but the frets were disgusting. For a 2-year-old bass, I was like, where the hell has this been stored? I know one of the guys who's been playing it because it was the guy I bought it from. And where the hell have they been playing it? The frets were, I've seen 20-year-old basses with cleaner frets than that. Anyway, that's what the money goes towards. It's all these residual costs. So it's not me going out and having great nights out and eating at the Ivy in central London. It's actually keeping the channel going, doing the videos, all those things that cost, keeping it going. So that's Super Chat. Underneath the video, underneath this video screen, you'll see a row of icons. There's a thumbs up, which means you're enjoying the video. Please feel free to do that if you are enjoying the video. There's a thumbs down. We don't like that so much, but if there's something about the video or my presentation style you don't like, tell me. I can't change it if you don't tell me. There's also a share button, so you can share this video out to social media, email, websites, what have you. There's a save button, so you can watch the video at a later date. You'll then see a love heart with a dollar symbol. That's called Super Thanks. Exactly the same as Super Chat. It allows you to make a financial contribution to the channel, and it actually appears on every single video here on Brooksy's Bass Corner because we're a monetized channel. So if a particular video really appeals to you, or perhaps I'm doing a workshop video or I talk about something and it solves a problem for you, you might just want to say thank you. You don't have to. The videos are free. But if you wish to say thank you either to me or the channel as a whole, and you'd like to contribute to the channel, you can hit Super Thanks at any time, any day of the week. It's there on every video, and that's how that works. There we go. I've done the big sell. So we've done affiliates, we've done merchandise, we've done the social media links, we've done Super Thanks, done Super Chat. I've explained how the live chat works. Let's get into the live chat. Paul from Glasgow. I know I'm calling you Paul. YouTube is an influencer. It's too much of a mouthful. I love the green t-shirt with the please tip the bass player. You mean this one? Sorry, I try not to make the camera shake. I've got the t-shirts hanging on the tripod. You're talking about this one. Tip the bass player. They're the reason you're dancing. I've heard that many times, and I've thought it many a time as well, because I've been on gigs where when I'm not playing, the dance floor is a bit scarce. And as soon as I start playing, or we get a groove going in whatever band it might be, suddenly the dance floor fills up. So I've seen that happen. So without the bass player, you're not going to get many people dancing. But once we kick in, doing our thing, people dance. That's what happens. So if you like one of these t-shirts, available in a multitude of colors. So you'll see on all the merchandise, there's like different designs. So graphics, text, that's called design, right? So you can apply that design to any product that's in the merchandise shop. So that's what I've done. Actually, 2 minutes before we came onto this live chat, that's what I was doing. So the new design that's up, the I'm with the bass player design, I was adding that to garments and merchandise on the US store. The UK and Europe one's done. I finished that about 6 o'clock. And I was just working my way through the items in the US store. So they should all be applied, but some of the graphics from about the kids range onwards, I haven't enlarged. So I'll finish that after the live chat. Also, and I should mention, there's a 15% discount running until the end of play on end of Thursday this week. 15% off all merchandise, everything, UK and Europe, US and worldwide. So if you want to pick up a t-shirt, cap, any of the merchandise that's there in the store, maybe you'd like a nice mug with the logo. I'll put that a little closer. So that's the exploding bass logo, like I've got on this here t-shirt, you see. Woo woo. So you can have any design virtually on any piece of merchandise in the store. And if you think, well, I don't like green t-shirts, I want a red one, well, you can have it on a red one. Feel free. You select the design, select the garment or the piece of merchandise, could be a mug, cup, pair of socks, select your size, then you select your color. It takes from point of ordering, I think roughly about 7 to 10 days, depending on where you are ordering from. So here in the UK, I place an order on a Tuesday. It generally gets here by the following Thursday. I think this order came like a day quicker than the first order I placed. But again, it just depends where you are, which courier company they're using. And yeah, and all of the clothing that I've had through, all of the merchandise has been absolutely great. So mouse mats, if you want a mouse mat, you can have a mouse mat. And it's all really good quality stuff. So I'm very pleased that I'm using that company, Spreadshirt and Spreadshop, for doing all my print on demand merchandise. Yeah, so I'm glad that you like that t-shirt, Paul. Cheers. I love the green. Yeah, good. Yeah, please tip your bet as your reason. Yeah, yeah, that's the t-shirt's t-shirt. Good. I get. You like that one. Very. I'll take that as a thumbs up. You're getting the mug, are you, Stace? Excellent. There's quite a few different mugs on there, so you know, there aren't just one type of mug. It's I think there's 6 or 7, I can tell you. So you're in the US, so let's have a look there. I can tell you how many different cups and mugs there are. Let's have a look. 2 seconds, people. I'll be with you. Let's go in there. Right. I want all products. We want accessories. That's what we want. There's a coffee and tea mug. There's the full color mug, which is the black one you've just seen. Then there's a contrast coffee mug, which has a colored handle and a colored rim. Yeah. No smut on this channel this evening. Then there's a panoramic mug, which doesn't necessarily work so well for that design, but there is a design which has the horizontal base, Brooks's base corner. That kind of works better. So anything that's horizontal landscape design, that works better on the panoramic mug, because basically the transfer, or whatever the printing is, goes all the way around the mug. If it's just a standard logo, it's just going to be on one part of the mug. Then there's a full color panoramic mug. Then you've got a camper mug, which is slightly smaller with a like a chrome rim, I think. Then there's a 15-ounce coffee and tea mug. This is the US store I'm looking at, which is a big mug. And then you've got a stainless steel pint cup. And that's it. But on the UK and Europe mugs, let me just have a look for you. Where are we? All products, accessories. So we have the regular mug, which is a white mug, a full color mug, which is the black one, the contrasting mug, again, panoramic mug, full color panoramic mug, camper mug. You then also have the glass jar with handle and screw cap with a straw in it, which is, it's kind of something you see at clubs quite often. These, they look like glass jars with handles and then a screw cap on the top. Then there's a beer mug. I think that's it. And then we get into water bottles and what have you. Aprons, kitchen aprons. We've got those in the store. For the Americans, I know you're hanging on this bit. We've got fanny packs, pink fanny packs. In the UK and Europe, they're called bum bags. In America, they call them fanny packs. Don't ask me why. I can't even get into that. I'll let you lot discuss that. Okay, let's see what else we've got here. Martin, I have exactly the same black mug with the particle logo on my desk at work. You're a man of taste, Martin Fay. I've always said that. Quality of the printing is excellent. Thank you very much. Well, I did it. We just designed it. It gets printed at Spreadshirt and Spreadshop. It's been great for drawing out other closet musicians from amongst your colleagues. That's the whole idea. Well done, Martin. Thank you for helping out. I should have it around that. I need a handle on the other side, but anyway. Very good. Good work, sir. Well played. Stacey, yeah, sweet. Paul, yeah, that's the t-shirt, and I swear it's hilarious. I haven't worn it out yet. No one's asked me anything about it. And as you can see, you know it's only just arrived because I've still got the tag on it. It's still got the tag. But this all arrived, I think, on Thursday last week. Yes, we did live chat Tuesday. It's arrived Thursday. So, yeah, but they all fit great. And clearly in need of a bit of ironing, as you can see. But I haven't had to wear it out yet. So, there we go. Yes, that's the green t-shirt. But I keep hitting the send button instead. You need to get a stylus, Paul. You need one of them. Be a bit more accurate on your phone screen, my friend. There we go. So yeah, so that's kind of merchandise. We've done the chat, super chat, super thanks, done the icons, affiliate links, merchandise links. Hit the subscribe button, notification bell, give the video a thumbs up. We're done on that bit. Good, right. What's everyone been up to then? Let's hear what you're up to base wise. Let me know what gigs you've been doing. Bought any new gear? Any new pedals? New amplifiers? What have I been doing? I did an ABBA tribute on Friday at Newbury Showground in Berkshire, and a Queen tribute called Mercury were the second band on the bill. We went on first. They did the next slot. Lovely guys, great to meet Joseph Lee Jackson. Hadn't met him or any of the band before. My word, they put on a great set. We didn't do too badly either with 21st Century ABBA, so it was a great gig all round. Crowd were fantastic. If you were there, thank you very much. You were great. We had a good time. This week, I've got, as I said earlier, I've got a crazy little thing called Queen at Haythrop Park Resort. It's a Warner resort, which is up near Chipping Norton, I think. So sort of up towards Oxford and then sort of heading over towards sort of Gloucester, Worcester way. So they're on Saturday doing 2 sets for 2 separate audiences in one show. So we do an hour, they clear the room, they bring the second audience in, we do an hour again, and we go home. So that's this week. Week after, I've got I think it's a wedding show with my old friends the Bears, and that is in Droitwich, which I think is Worcester way. And then the week after that, I don't think there's anything in the diary at the moment. And then we hit festival season, and it's Uncle Funk time. We start flying on the festivals. So it's we're just at that point of sort of revving up to go into festival season. So there will be very, very imminently, and I've promised this many occasions, a decent video going into my pedal board, which I need to rebuild, go through the pedals I'm going to be adding, the ones I'm taking off, give you some demo clips of how those pedals sound. I had a guy message me on the channel about doing a video breaking down all the gear I use for each individual band. So what amps do I take out? What cabinets do I take out? If it's a different size gig, do I take 1 cab, 2 cabs, 4 cabs? What different basses do I use for different bands? What pedals do I use for the different things that I might do? Am I using monitors? Am I using IEMs? Could be a very long video. I'm trying to work out in my head how I can make it kind of entertaining and interesting, or I'm going to have to break it down into segments. And then the problem you've got then is that audience sort of drops if you start doing that. So that could be a video that's coming out very soon. Yeah, so that's a possibility. But first of all, I've got to get that pedal board video done because that is imminent. Let's think, how many weeks have we got till festival season? Call up your Google Diary, Mike, and you'll soon find out. I think it's 3 weeks. So it's the 9th today. 1, 2, 3.5 weeks till festival season starts. So yeah, I've got to get that pedal board sorted and decide, make a definitive list what's going on there. and then start putting it all together. So getting all the Velcro patches on the back, gluing them on, deciding where the pedals are going, which order are we going in. I want it as foolproof and easy. I just literally just want to be able to turn up to gigs, pull the pedal board out, put it down, plug it in, off we go. I don't want to be finicky and around with adapters and everything else. So yeah, there we go. NSJ Music, hi, welcome. I don't know if you've been on here before. If you have, I don't remember you, but we have lots of people sort of fly in and fly off of the live chat. So please get involved if you wish to. You're more than welcome. Martin, I don't really slap, but there are a few 3-1-1 songs I want to learn. So I need to up my slap game. Any advice for a novice slapper? Good one. And do you set up your basses differently for slap versus fingerstyle? I'll answer the second part first. So when I set my basses up, I don't set them particularly low because the bulk of playing generally is fingerstyle. Well, for me, is fingerstyle. So I like a happy medium. I don't want to, so let's get into the physics of it. If you run your strings really low, you're going to end up with some fret buzz. I've seen people argue with techs and people in stores and say, oh, I really want my action like really, and can it go lower, lower, and it's like, it might be your technique that's the problem, not getting your action really low. Some basses, graphite neck basses, were very stable, flat radius. You can kind of get, I mean, Status, perfect example. You can get really low action and not a huge amount of buzz, but there will always be some degree of buzz in there. So I don't have a problem with some buzz, but it's when the action is so low and every note is rattling around the frets. Wherever you're fretting a note, it's buzzing. It's like that, for me, doesn't work. So the other extreme is you have a high action. You're going to get a far better bass tone. You're going to get a fuller tone, and you won't get notes choking, which you can get if you have your action too low. But the problem with that is you end up having to play harder. And also your fretting hand is going to have to put in a lot more effort and work. You end up making your hand and your wrist tired if you've got a high action. So you kind of have to balance those parameters also up with the type of strings you're using. So if you use heavier gauge strings and you're using a high action, you can imagine that's going to take a lot of work, a lot of effort. Some players like that. They like to feel like they're in a war with their instrument. They're fighting against it. Other people just want to play really lightly. And you can still do that with a heavy gauge string, but you kind of, if you want to play lightly, you're going to need a lower action. So in that respect, I tend to go for a happy medium, but it's not so high that it's hard to play, but it's high enough that I get a really good tone for fingerstyle, but I don't have it so high that I can't slap comfortably. Because also, if you've got a high action and you're slapping, your strings are going to be further off the fingerboard. So when you're playing at the end of the neck, you've actually, so this is another reason why some people have scratch plates, although it's not the reason scratch plate was invented, is that it gets you closer to the string when you go to pluck a string. So if you're slapping and you want to pluck, having the scratch plate there already puts your hand slightly further above the body of the bass. And that's also sometimes why people take a scratch plate off. If they've got a really low action, they don't want, they want to be able to get their index finger, their first finger, under the string to pluck it. And sometimes you've got low action and a scratch plate there, the scratch plate gets in the way. So there are all those kind of elements to consider as well. Do I set my basses up differently for slapping and fingerstyle? No, because any element of slap that I do is very, very small compared to the amount of fingerstyle playing and pick playing I might do. So if I'm doing a picking gig, so I'm doing an Oasis tribute, or Queen tribute, I might have the action a little higher than normal, usually based on the instruments I'm using. So you can imagine in both of those bands, I'm using Fender based instruments, or, you know, it's going to be a precision variant or a jazz variant. When I'm doing things like Uncle Funk or any kind of disco-y funky band or something that's a little bit more technical, I'm probably going to use a Status or a GB. I might have the Alembics or the Dingwalls, maybe a Kabiki. I can have a lower action on those because I'm not probably going to be playing with a pick. I'm going to be fingerstyle and slapping. So I don't set the basses up differently based on that. I set the basses up how I want that instrument to sound. So again, if I'm using a Status with a graphite neck, I have a flat fingerboard radius. You can get away with a lot more, but I don't have it so low that I've got buzzing and stuff all over. I want a relatively clean tone. But the other factor that I haven't even mentioned yet is, we mentioned string gauge. I haven't mentioned round wound versus half wound versus flat wound, and I haven't mentioned steel versus nickel versus tape wound versus all the, you know, the materials that strings might be made of. So if you've got steel round wounds on, you're going to get a lot of resonance, harmonics, tones coming out. They're going to fly out. Whereas if you use nickel, it's a warmer sound, softer metal. So kind of through experience, I've worked out how to get certain sounds, and if I want to avoid something like a lot of fret buzz and a lot of clankiness, I might not use a steel round wound. I might use either a half wound, I might use flats, I might use nickels. Heavy gauge nickel is going to be less in your face than a steel round wound. Just is. So that's my kind of take on the second part of your question. Any advice for novice slappers? Start slow. Don't race through it. Okay, it's not a race to the finish line. So you're very lucky that when I started out, we didn't have YouTube. You had a few tuition videos, maybe. You'd go into stores and see guys who could do it really well, and you'd sit and try and take it all in. Some teachers could do it, some teachers couldn't. And then you get a load of people who were really bad at slapping, and they'll go and sit in a bass shop. Ask the guys that used to work at the bass centre. It would sound like you were sat in a typing pool of people going, and all people were doing, if I grab a bass, was basically sitting there going, all day. They had to listen to that all day on a Saturday. It's like being at the London Bass Guitar Show, to be honest. But yeah, so just with slapping, you've got so many more possibilities with YouTube. There are so many bass tutors out there. You know, someone like Stuart Clayton is a perfect teacher if you want to learn slap. I can teach you slap, but Stuart is the technician as far as I'm concerned. You can have bass lessons with people like Stuart Ham, Nathan East. Stuart Clayton is the guy you want, frankly. Back in my day when I was starting, there was the Alexis Sklarevsky video. You can find a version of it on YouTube. That was the Bible. I didn't buy a copy of that video until 2001. It was a revelation. I wish I bought it 10 years earlier. So where did I get my slapping stuff from? Well, it was going to come from Mark King and him, a slap player. And he's never really done much more than he did in those first 3 or 4 albums. But that was kind of what sowed the seeds of that. And then you'd watch Stanley Clarke, Marcus Miller, Lewis Johnson, all the great exponents of slap. And then following that through, you discover Larry Graham, and the guy that invented it all. And all these great slap players. And you just pick up elements of what they do. But if you can't see how they do it, you can hear it and try and approximate it. But until you can see them and what they're doing, then everything falls into place. So start slowly. Find a simple slap part that you think you can work out, I would point you towards, every day of the week, the slap passage in the middle of Turn It On by Level 42. The whole song is fingerstyle apart from a middle section that he slaps. It just follows the same chord progression that the verse is in. Nothing complicated, but it's playing slapping triplets. Dum 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 dum. So, you know, a fairly simple part. The mechanics of slap is where it starts to get a bit daunting. So timing is essential. Play simply to start, so you get the techniques under your belt. Once you've got the technique, then you can start revving it up, making passages a little more complicated, start to get the linear progression that you get with slapping, where it can become you can start slapping for a whole song. I'll point you towards Stuart Clayton's book, which is, I'm trying to remember, got it in my rack, 2 seconds. It is called, I think it was The Ultimates, it's the one with the spiral spine, isn't it? Where have I put it? Ah, there it is. It's called The Ultimate Slap Bass Book, and I think it had a reprint, and you may have changed the title. Stuart's book is fabulous, and it comes with audio examples. Great place to start. So if you're thinking about having lessons with Stuart, maybe check that book out first. That'll already get you on that sort of platform of progression. And then really it's a case of practice, 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 and a bit more practice. And buy yourself a metronome if you don't already have one, or have a metronome app on your phone, and practice with a metronome. Timing in slapping is everything. If you don't have good timing, it's just going to sound horrible and messy. So, and don't be scared to do it, but learn it as part of your bass playing arsenal, not the only thing that you do. Too many players through the 80s and 90s, to them slap was all there was, and they were just horrendous bass players. And I've known people who've slapped the whole way through Mustang Sally. It's enough to make you feel physically sick. It's just awful. And it's just, you start to think, well, where did you go wrong? What diverted you onto a path that thought that was good? Metronome practice and simple drum machine patterns. Watch what the big influences of slap, the big slap players. Watch, listen, learn. And there's nothing they play that you can't play. You've just got to slow it down, put it into an app that slows the track down. You can work the notes out. And here's where, if you've built the technique up slowly from the start, you can play anything that any slap player can play. Once you've got the technique, once you know what the notes of what you want to play are, you amalgamate the two, things start to fall into place. Now, for years I did loads of practice doing that, yet professionally I've hardly played any slap at all. My slap playing has just gone to the dogs, really. And I need to sit and do some massive slap practice, because I haven't done any for ages. For years, when I was in Cover Story, my old covers band, the only slap I ever did in that band, we did Car Wash for a very small period of time as part of a disco medley. And the slap part in Call Me Out, that was it. That's all I did in 17 years in that band. That's the only slap. Oh, and the occasional, I'd sometimes play Hot, Hot, Hot. I'd do that. That's it. So I spent years learning loads of great slap technique and everything else. Never used it. Now, if you're in a band, there's going to be a load of slapping. And you know, if you're learning this just for being able to do it and your own interest in it, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're going to be out playing, earning a few bob, it's a great technique to have, and you can call upon it at any time. I need to slap this. Great. But I will guarantee you, unless you're in a level 42 tribute band or a Red Hot Chili Peppers band or a band that is noted for having a bass player that slaps all the time, you're just not going to use it a lot. So don't be disappointed that you put hours of practice in and then you never get an outlet for it. Thankfully, my slap chops are probably good enough to do the things I need to do. But if I really wanted to push myself, I'd need to pull Stuart's book out of the off the shelf and start doing some wood shedding. But generally I don't. So I don't have the need to do, I don't play in a level 42 tribute band, and I certainly don't play in a Red Hot Chili Peppers tribute band. So you then think, well, is there better uses of my time? Well, generally it's YouTube, but that would be my advice. Yeah, there we go. That's for starters. If you want to come back to me on any of that, Martin, then feel free. I need a drink. I get the old raspy throat. Delano Mills. Good to see you. Thank you. Let me introduce you, people. Delano Mills, based in Birmingham here in the UK. One of the finest reggae bass players I know, and also a very big advocate and fan of alembic basses, with a very fine collection. Had you been here 3 weeks ago, Delano, Micah Thomas from Alembic was on here. We will be doing a live chat duo at some point very soon, which I will advertise obviously on the channel, on the social media. I'll put it on all the bass forums and stuff. So make sure you come back for that, mate. But good to see you. Thank you very much for attending. Okay, Jim, just ordered some guitar polish through your Amazon store. Love your work, Jim. Fabulous. Kev Smith, good to see you, my friend. Hope you had a great coronation weekend. It wasn't too bad. The weather was a bit ropey on the Saturday, but I was filming and doing editing and stuff. My gig on Friday, we had no rain, so that was cool. And rest of the weekend was filming. So, yeah, was not too bad. Graham, good to see you. My mum. Hello, Sue Brooks. That's my mum. Your mum's listening now. Hello, mum. So, yes, you haven't seen the new T-shirts, mum. I don't think I sent you the photos. So, very good. New T-shirt design. I won't show you the rest. I'll do all that when I do the big plug later on. Delano, how I learned this. Yes, now, here we go. How I learned the slap was to play the tracks I wanted to learn on the car, in the car, and started by slapping the steering wheel with my thumb to the rhythm of the track, way before I started on the bass. That's not a bad piece of advice. Well done. Yeah. Yes, you missed the Micah Thomas. You can actually watch it back. If you go onto the channel, go to the live chat playlist. I think it's number 44. I think it's 44 she was on. She didn't appear on camera, obviously, because it's a solo live chat. She appeared in the live chat column with all the messages, and she was on, I think, for a good hour and a half, 2 hours. Yeah, and she was very happy answering questions from us about Alembic stuff. So, yeah, if you want to check that out, feel free. Yeah, that's okay, Martin. Anything, but if you want to come back on anything that I suggested or anything I talked about there, because I've kind of glossed over a lot of stuff, but if you want to go into more detail, I can do that. Yeah, but as I said, you can put hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of time into technique, and then never use it. So my advice to any bass player is I thoroughly endorse getting techniques under your wings, so you've got those things in your toolbox, but don't let technique become the pinnacle of what you're trying to achieve. Those techniques are a means to playing the music that you should be creating. That's how I would see that. You can, in the early 90s, Billy Sheehan had already exploded onto the scene with David Lee Roth in 86, but by 90, 91, Mr. Big were You know, Billy Sheehan was on everyone's radar. The amount of players suddenly were, and Stu Ham as well. Everyone wanted to be a tapper. I have never, aside from anyone that watches me play, you'll know sometimes at the end of a song, and if the final note, say, is a C, and it's the high C, I'll tap a low C underneath. Rather than talk it, Mike, how about just give them the demo? So say I might, or if my fretting hand is doing something else, or if I was up here, I might then hit a low C. That would be the extent to my tapping. Someone like Stu Clayton can tap for Great Britain. Not my thing. And I've never had to do it. Now, if I had to do it and someone said, could you learn this piece to play in tandem with the guitar player? I can do that. I have enough tapping, what's the word? Not experience, but I've learned that technique enough. If I had to do it, I could dust it off and do the basics, but I'm not a tapper. I've never had to do it. 28 years of playing, I've never tapped a song in my life. Never been called on to do it. So yes, a lot of players can get lost down the technique rabbit hole and then come out and go, well, how do I incorporate that into what I do? Well, you don't have to. Play for the song, not for the sake of showing off technique. And I know anyone here, I've got some lovely instruments and, you know, ideal for tapping and slapping, but a lot of the time it isn't called on, really. And to be honest, sometimes I'll use slapping just to give a song a slightly different flavor in a certain part of the song. We do Boogie Oogie Oogie by A Taste of Honey in Uncle Funk. There's a section in the middle which is a bass breakdown, which just plays the same riff you've played throughout. I don't slap it, and I know lots of bands and bass players that play it will slap it. I just keep the groove going, and I put an effect pedal on. I put an envelope filter, which gives it a different sound, slightly different feel. But I don't slap it. It's too obvious to do that. However, I won't mention his name. A guy covered for me a couple of months back on a gig. They'd even done a rehearsal with him, I think. On the gig, he slapped it. And it wasn't even a polite slap passage. He went hammer and tongs for it on this thing. Next gig, a couple of people in the band went, he didn't do that at rehearsal, but he did it on the gig and it just did not work at all. It just ruined the whole feel of the song. There you go. There's the evidence, you know. So sometimes just use your ear. You know, bass players, what are we doing? We're keeping people dancing. Yeah? So don't clear the dance floor for the sake of you playing a flashy technique. That's not what it's... Think Bernard Edwards. Don't think Mark King. You can think Mark King in certain places where that's required. Think Bernard Edwards. You'll earn far more money, right? That's just my advice. Love your work, Mark, if you're watching. You know I do. Okay. Delano. Okay, I will do that. I've been to the factory and met her in person. Yes, you have. Yeah, I think that... Wasn't that the same trip where you picked up your Series 2, the Quilted Maple Series 2? Rosa Genshi, good to see you. I don't think you've ever been on here before. I don't think. Don't recognise the name. Don't know where you're based. But hi. Welcome. Hope everything's good. Delano, I'm trying to persuade myself to put flats on one of my alembics. I have a 4-string with double P. I know the one. Is that the one that used to be in like a fuchsia pinky purple? I think you had refinished. Double P style pickups. However, the strings are so expensive. Can you recommend a cheap set that I can try? Yeah. Right. Flats generally aren't that cheap because of the amount of work that goes in to make them flat. So I would suggest something like maybe a set of Fenders. I'd say Rotor Sound. I love my Rotor Sound flat ones, but they are not cheap. They're about £40 a set. I'm trying to think. Just bear with me a moment, Delana. I'll do a quick Google search for you. Let's have a look. See, Hartkey used to do strings, and they were really cheap. I think they've kind of gone off the boil. Okay, flat wound bass center elites are £30. There are some sets on Amazon, Olympia strings, but I've not tried them. Let's go on somewhere like Strings Direct and just put in flat wounds, and we'll see what we get. Right, we want bass guitar. We want flat wounds. There we go. If you like your round wounds, I think you do, and if going for flat wounds is an experiment, try some half wounds as well. Half wounds aren't as expensive as flats, and they're the happy medium between the two. Okay, let's have a look here. That's right, sort by price. Okay, on Strings Direct, cheapest flat wounds are bass center elites. So it might be worth, yeah, 4,505. Their flats are steels. Rotor Sounds are monal, which is an alloy, metal alloy. So again, that'll affect your tone. Yeah, flat wound prices are not cheap. Even Piccatos, not even the old Piccatos made by Piccato. Piccato now is a brand name. Even they're £48. So yeah, I think probably somewhere like Amazon's going to be your best bet, or something off of eBay, maybe. Yeah, flat wound prices not cheap. Not cheap at all. No. Let's have a look. So I'm on Amazon. They're not flats, are they? No. Okay, search on flat wound. And some Didarios, I think. It's not saying that they're flat. Oh, yes, sir. What's that? No, I think there's the NYXLs, but I'm not sure if they're flat or not. There's Adagio, which make 45 to 100 nickel. They're $15.99. This is Amazon.co.uk. Ernie Ball Slinkies, £50 a set. Fender 32. Olympia $15.99. I think you're looking at those Adagios or the Olympias, to be honest. Steve Harris signature strings from Rotor Sound, 40 quid. Some Rotor Sound 40 to 90 flats. Oh, they're medium gauge as well. That's no use. Oh, sorry, medium scale. Yeah, that's no use. There's some D'Addario. No, they're guitar strings. Don't want them. You won't get far with them. Oh, they're rotos, but they're rounds. I think that's probably going to be your best bet, Delano. I think. Just go to Amazon, buy those Adagios or the Olympias. But yeah, as I'm finding, flats are not cheap at all. Jim Hawkins, can anyone recommend reasonably priced replacement tuners for a Squier PJ bass? I would suggest buy a second-hand set off eBay. Would be my suggestion there, Jim. New tuners tend to be not that cheap, so you're probably going to be looking, I mean, I can say Hip Shot, but you're paying for the products. They're great. I'm trying to remember what Hip Shot prices are like at the moment. Just going to have a look here in the UK, Jim. Just hold on. I'll try and get you a rough guide on what prices are like here. I'm looking for here. Tuners. There we go. Okay, hip shots. Let's have a look. So if you want, there's licensed tuners, traditionals, and then ultra lights, and a million other possibilities in between. But on a Squire, it's going to be fairly heavy bass, I would imagine. So ultra lights, yeah, you're looking at between 29 and, well, between 27 and 33 pounds per machine head, which again is probably why you might want to go second hand. Maybe look somewhere else. Hold on. Accessories, here we go. That's the wrong sort of tuners. Oh, that's not it either. Okay, we want hardware, guys. That's what I'm after. Parts. Well done. Right, we're not looking for those. We're just looking for this. Oh. Well, that's just a load of hip shot extender keys. Where's the rest of the machine heads? Oh, well. I think, yeah, you just need to shop around, Jim, but I think you're going to be looking maybe second hand if you don't want to spend too much. Purple and JD refinished it. That's it. Yes, I saw that, Delano. Yeah, it's a natural maple. Very good. My cousin, Tom Sage, evening. Good to see you. Hope the bass playing journey is treating you well. Your fingers don't get on with nickel. Okay. Regarding the flat wound strings. Okay. Okay. Is that what the... let me go back to what I was looking at. Flat wound bass strings. Right, let's have a look at these two brands then. So Adagio and Olympia. So Olympia are stainless steel. So those should work. And Adagio and nickel. I think you're looking at the Olympias, Delano. $15.99 they are. Which sounds not too bad. That'll give you a rough approximation whether you like flats. But like I say, you might want to look at some half wounds, which are also called ground wounds, depending on the manufacturer. It's the same thing. So basically, you've got half the string is round and half is flat. Or Rotor Sounds version, which are called pressure wounds. So they're a slightly brighter version of a half wound, but it's the same principle. And I use those on acoustic basses, and so actually I've got them on my my Lakeland 5502 as well. Half road sound pressure wounds. Yeah. Jim Hawkins, flat wounds. I tried Fender. They were very rigid feeling. This is the problem with flat wounds. Because of the nature of the string and the mechanics of it, different brands have a different feel, which is why loads of people rave about Thomastic Infeld, because they're not as hard and taut as most flat wound strings are. But you pay for that premium. I think they're over £50 a set. I can't remember. I've never used them. I've been quite happy with my Rotor Sound flat wounds. Martin, Goto open tuners are about €60 for a set of 4. Listen to the man, Jim. Goto. Amazon, do you get a credit only if one of the items purchased is shown in your shop? Or does Amazon place a tracker that gives you credit for either items? I think once you click through from the affiliate link, it's anything you buy, but I've not tested that. And if there is something you want to buy, Jim, and it's not in my store, send me a link. Send it to me on Messenger if you want, or email, or even send me a link on here. I will check it and I can add it to the store. I can do it in real time on this live chat if you want. So if there's something you want to buy, just put the link in here. I will go through, add it to the store, and then it'll be part of the affiliate process. So yeah, I can do that. We did that a couple of weeks back with Martin. He wanted a particular pedal. I added it during the live chat. He was able then to go through and buy it. That was on Thomann. In that case, everyone should start by clicking through your link. Yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it? That'll generate some affiliate sales. Very nice mug, by the way. Look at that. If you want to, I'll put it nearer the... There you go. Not bad, eh? Yeah. So here we are. I'll do the quick... if that is a product you want to get, Jim, send me the link. I'm going to do the big sell for 10 minutes. Right. It is 11 minutes past 9 here in London town, here in the UK. This is Brooks's Bass Corner. I'm Mike Brooks. This is live chat number 47. We've done 47 of these since the first one, which was in December 2020. Where's that time gone? I couldn't tell you. It's just gone. So, yeah, live chat number 47. Thank you very much for attending. If you're on here, you might be watching this after the event, in which case the live chat window is irrelevant. It's closed. But you can still leave comments in the comments section below. If you've never been on one of the live chats here on my channel or anywhere on YouTube, you're very welcome. We're a friendly bunch here. So you've got any questions about bass guitars, amplifiers, speakers, combos, bass accessories, effect pedals, strings, gig bags, 1,000,001 other bass related products. You want to talk about great bass players, bands that had great bass players in them, albums with great bass lines on. This is the place to do it every Tuesday from 8 o'clock here in London. So this is the video window. If you're on the mobile app, the live chat window is below here. If you're on the desktop version, it's that way. How does the live chat work? It's a two-way conversation. So if you don't say anything, it ends up being me talking for an hour, but we've got a very active live chat tonight, which is fabulous. So if you want to get involved in the live chat, put your cursor, your pointer, insertion point, whatever you want to call it, into the live chat box, type your question or comment, press send. It then appears here on my live chat screen. I can see all the messages and then I can reply to you. Underneath the live chat window is the description box. In there you will find affiliate links for Thomann and Amazon. There will be, in the next day or so, links for Gear for Music, ANDERTONS here in the UK, and I'm hoping PMT very shortly as well. You'll find merchandise links. So you can see me wearing a Brooks's Bass Corner cap. I've got a t-shirt here. We have mouse mats. We have mugs. We have glasses. We have water bottles. We have hoodies, sweatshirts, socks, leisure wear, iPhone cases, 1,000,001 products, literally about 150 products per design. I'll give you a quick look at some of the t-shirts and merch. So we have a very bass friendly quote there. Tip the bass player. They're the reason you're dancing. Very fetching green, of course. We have a long sleeve navy t-shirt with the Brooks's Bass Corner logo on. We have a sky blue, kind of ice blue t-shirt with the exploding bass on. We have a royal blue multicolour bass logo. So these are all t-shirts, but you can get long sleeve versions. There's baseball tops, there's hoodies, sweatshirts, tons of stuff. Peacock blue with the exploding bass logo. We have a baseball navy long sleeve shirt with the multicolour bass design. And then we have what is called a ringer t-shirt. So it's got white neck and sleeves, and that's got the exploding bass on there. So if you fancy any of this merchandise, it's 15% off from, well, actually it started running 2 days ago, up until the end of play on Thursday. All merchandise, everything in the UK and Europe store, US and worldwide store, 15% off. Until 23.59 on Thursday of this week. Obviously, if you're watching this video after the event and it's gone past that date, then you won't be getting 15% off. But there we go. That'll teach you for not watching the live chat, won't it? So, in the description box, merchandise links, UK and Europe, US and worldwide. Affiliate links for Thomann, Amazon.co.uk and European versions of Amazon. And then a separate link for Amazon.com in the US and worldwide Amazons. There is also links underneath the affiliates for social media links. So there's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Be Real, Discord, Reddit, and Quora, not Quora, Quora. And then I think that's that. And then at the bottom of the live chat window, you'll see an emoji icon. So feel free to give that an absolute pummeling and a leathering. That indicates to the YouTube algorithm that you're enjoying the live chat and you're getting involved in the conversation. Next to it, you'll see a dollar symbol. That's called Super Chat. That allows you to make a financial donation to the channel, keeps the channel running, allows me to get all the stuff for doing the videos, and you know the spiel. Underneath the video window, you'll see a row of icons. There's a thumbs up. So if you're enjoying the video, please hit the thumbs up. It's very much appreciated. There's a thumbs down if you don't like my particular presentation style or you don't particularly like the video. If you give it a thumbs down, please leave a comment and let me know why you don't like it. I can't make it better if you don't tell me. Then you will also see the share button, which allows you to share this video out to social media, email, website, whatever you wish. There's a watch later, a save button, so you can watch a video at a later time without having to go searching for it. And then you'll also see a love heart with a dollar symbol in. That works exactly the same as Super Chat. It's called Super Thanks. It exists on every single video here on Brooks's Space Corner because we're a monetized channel. So if you see a particular video that you like, or you just like what we're doing here on Brooks's Space Corner, you can hit the Super Thanks button, and that allow you, as I said earlier, to make a financial contribution to the channel. Keeps the wheels lubricated within YouTube. The algorithm picks up on it. It helps me, it helps the channel, and we can keep the channel going for as long as possible. And now I'll breathe. Right, let's have a look at some messages here. George Iliadis, good to see you down in Melbourne in Australia. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for all the likes on the Instagram content, George. Much appreciated. Jim Hawkins, recommendations for flat or half wound strings for a short scale will be for a Sire U5. I don't have any short scale basses. I have some medium scale basses, but I don't have short scale. Most string brands will do a short scale. So I can't remember if you've told me before, Jim, what brand you prefer, but I'm sure whichever brand that is, they will have a flat or a half wound string, and they will likely have it available in a short scale length, because short scale basses have just blown up over the past 5-6 years. They really have become quite a thing. For years, we never got any short scale basses for review at the magazines. And then from about 2016, 2017, suddenly there was like a proliferation of them, and it's just gone from strength to strength. I was playing loads on reviews. All of a sudden, just sort of came out of nowhere. So if you have a favorite brand and they aren't doing strings for a short scale, contact them, because they make these things on machines and they can set them to make any string they want. So if you have a preference and there's a certain brand of string that you prefer, but they're not doing short scale, tell them. Chances are they'll make up some sets for you. Then there are, like we have, there's a company called New Tone Strings here in the UK, who aren't one of the big players, obviously, but they do custom order strings. I'm sure over there in the US, Jim, there'll be a ready supply of flats and halves in short scale. I would imagine it shouldn't be too hard to track some of those down. think Ernie Ball will probably have that. But again, flats, half wounds, they're going to be a bit pricier than the regular round wound stuff. So, yeah, there we go. I'm enjoying drinking out of my mug this week. I don't normally have the mugs, but there we go. Jim Hawkins, Ernie Ball 6-string, short scale bass slinky, nickel wound, electric guitar strings. Is that because you want to play guitar rather than bass there, Jim? I don't think they're... Oh, it's saying bass. Okay. You don't want to be paying for 2 strings that you're not going to use. Let me stick those in. I'll have a look. Let's have a look. Okay. Oh, they are bass guitar strings. Okay. Crikey, yeah, you'd be paying for the 2 high strings that you're not going to end up using those. Price is good though. Wow, that is... They're rounds though. They're not flats, I don't think. And they're nickel. It's weird. I know it's saying bass, but I'm reading that as electric guitar strings rather than bass, but it says bass guitar. Don't know, Jim. They're not flats or half wounds, though. But they are short scale. So, perfect strings for slicing cheese. You're not wrong there, Martin. Yeah, those top 2, 30 and a 20. Use those for cleaning a pipe. Yeah. See, I'm looking at that, and if you were buying a set of bass strings for a 6-string bass, the bottom string would not be a 90, it'd be a 120 or a 125 or even a 130. That's a really weird kind of set of gauges. See, what annoys me, that it says on the pack 6-string bass guitar, and then at the bottom, custom gauge nickel wound guitar strings. Well, are they guitar or are they bass? See what it says on the back of the packet, hey? Oh, here we go. Huge long list of users, but strings have small ball ends like guitar strings, not large ball ends used on bass strings. You want to check the bridge you're going to be using these with, Jim, I would say. That's a really funky set of gauges, I have to say. So you go 90, 74, 54, 42. It's definitely a funky set of strings, that. I'm not sure that's really what you want, Jim. I don't think. Yeah, maybe baritone guitar. It just seems like the gauge set is odd. And they're certainly not flat wounds or half wounds. So they're going to be round wounds, quite lively. And it looks to me like a slightly mismatched set of gauges. They're not that expensive though, so maybe they're worth a punt and see how you get on. But I'm not sold personally. But then, what do I know? Okay. For those of a football or soccer in America, football is what it is. Wishing to know what the Champions League score is. 1-0 to Real Madrid, 64 minutes in. I have no preference to who wins that, to be brutally honest. It's there's no love lost between me and Man City or Real Madrid. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So let's hear what you've been doing bass-wise, guys. What you got coming up? Got any gigs? Any rehearsals? Playing with a band you've never played with before? I was talking to a gentleman who is a friend of the channel earlier, and he's going for his first depping with a wedding band. He's never done it before. He was a little concerned, so we tried to calm his nerves. Patrick Sweeney, good evening, sir. Good to see you. Yeah, I think everyone's well. I think we're all okay. All ticking along. I think we are. Don't think anyone's got leprosy yet, so no, we're all kind of doing our thing. Hope everything's good at your end, Pat. So yeah. Now I've got an idea here, which I need to moot with, or at least express to you all. So we have live chats every Tuesday between now and the end of May. So we've got tonight's number 47. We've still got 48, 49 and 50 to go. So last year when I was doing live chats, I did some through the summer, and they kind of died a death because everyone's got things going on, lighter evenings. You might come home from work later. You might go for a couple of drinks with friends, what have you. People on holidays, all that kind of thing. So I'm very aware that I don't want to be doing live chats and it's just me. I've done that. I've been down that road before. And also we've had such a good run here on the live chat since, well, basically since the start of the new year, but also going into the latter part of last year, we kind of developed this little community. So I don't want the algorithm to suddenly think, oh, his live chats are dropping off, because I have noticed over the past 3 weeks that numbers are lower. It could be because we're doing these more often, so people are more inclined to not come back week after week. They'll drop in and drop out as they wish. That's fine. But viewing numbers after the live chat, so people who are watching it after we finish for a couple of days after, the numbers are dropping. So I hit a peak of about 250 views back around 41, 42, I think, 43. And since then, numbers have dropped. So rather than flogging a dead horse, not that we're not, this is a very vibrant live chat. What I'm proposing is, while we go through the summer months and everyone has other things that are vying for their attention, you guys tell me now on this live chat what works for you, because I can't take a survey of all the people who dip in and out of live chat. So tell me, what would you prefer? You can either have a live chat every fortnight, or we do one live chat a month through June, July, August. And I suggest it would be the last Tuesday in each month. So rather than us do week, we'll either do fortnightly or one a month during the summer months. When we come back in September, when kids go back to school and what have you, then we can go back into a weekly live chat. But what I'm trying to say is I don't want to be doing a live chat and just people aren't really interested while it's lovely and sunny and they're away on holidays. And certainly if you're on holiday, I wouldn't expect you to be attending a live chat while you're enjoying a very nice hotel somewhere. So let me know in this live chat, if you'd be kind enough, what would you prefer? Fortnightly live chats or one a month through June, July and August? Let me know. I can do a poll on the community tab. I did that before, and basically what came back when I was asking if people wanted to do weekly live chats after New Year. The consensus was we don't want to do weekly live chats, yet here we are doing a weekly live chat, and it's grown exponentially. But I want to ask you guys, you're the guys who attend this regularly, so you tell me. Neoland once a month, okay. This is what I'm thinking. Once a month is probably good. Gives us all a chance to recharge our batteries. What I should mention is if we do this, George, monthly, cool, okay. During the summer months, when I'm really busy gigging, it does allow me, because we're not doing the one a week, and I've said it before, impromptu live chats when I'm out on the gigs. Providing I've got mobile coverage or Wi-Fi, I can do impromptu live chats. The only problem is then you guys don't know when that's going to happen, because I don't until I'm there and it happens in real time. But that's my suggestion. So let me know, guys, what you think. Once a month, fortnightly. Those are the two options. One a month would be great with impromptu streams from events. Let's see. Jim is a mind reader. Well done, Jim. A lower cadence probably makes sense during barbecue season. The last Tuesday of each month would be easier to keep track of than every second week. I think this is probably the way we're going to go there. So we'll go to one a month. Fine. Good. Tom Sage, monthly is a good shout. Cool. Patrick, once a month is more sensible in the summer. Personally, I don't get indoors until about 10 p.m. or when it's dark. Very good. There we go. I might even do these live chats from my patio. Give you a change of background. So yeah, the only problem is getting one of these lights out in the garden. It's going to attract all the midges and wildlife that we have around here. But yeah, okay. It sounds like a resounding thumbs up for once a month. Okay. And that's good. I can book those slots in and it's easy for me to advertise. It means you guys know last Tuesday of the month, that'll be live chat Tuesday. And also we'll all have had some gigging adventures to talk about as well, which is good. So if you've got any questions about basses, bass guitars, bass amplifiers, bass speakers, bass combo amplifiers, bass strings, pedals, pedal boards, gig bags, bass accessories, cleaning materials, if you want to talk about any of the stuff I've used to clean this bass up, get it all nice and sprightly. It smells great too. Yeah. New strings, clean the frets, did the action, did the intonation, did the pickup height. That was a challenge, as you'll see on the video. Yeah. Something I hadn't even noticed until I got this on the workbench. So this is a Lakeland Skyline 4464. Great bass, plays great, sounds great. Look at the gap excess on that bridge pickup. I'll try and get it as close as I can. You might not be able to see it. Okay, you can see it now. So that's the routing for that pickup. So really there shouldn't be too much of a gap. It's a huge gap. Let me get a business card here. I can actually probably put this straight down the side. There, the strings are there. So look at this. And that gap runs all the way down the side of that pickup. It's quite a bit on the P as well. Look. And that gap, I'm not going to bend the strings all the way up just to do that, but that big old gap. Oh. Whoever was routing that, they had a bit of a bad day that day. Well, they've been down the pub that afternoon for lunch. Look. It's huge. If I let the pickup go, watch. I mean, I love the bass. It sounds great, plays great, really comfortable to play. But come on, really. Your CNC machines are knackered. Get that sorted. If I was reviewing this bass, I'd have picked that up. I mean, look at that. I mean, that's horrendous. Huge gap. Enormous. You can see it by the up here. So if I turn it so it's flat, you don't see so much of it. As soon as I turn it at an angle, you'll see. Huge gap. Here we go. Right. Paul, once per month. Excellent. Fine. I think that's what we'll go for. Right. What polish did I use? Okay. I cleaned the base originally with, so took the strings off, cleaned it with a brush, get all the loose gunk and rubbish off. I then used Simple Green, which is an American product, very hard to get over here in the UK, but you can get it. You buy it direct from whoever the distributor is. Basically, they sell to like cleaning companies. You can't buy Simple Green in the shops, so I had to buy like a bulk concentrate, and then you thin it down with water. So I use that to clean the base. It's got no nasty stuff in it. It works really great on instruments. Then what did we do? Then I cleaned the frets. So I used fret erasers to clean the frets, get rid of the tarnish, then brushed it down again. Then I used the Never Dull buffing compound. That cleaned the frets right up. I mean, now they're gleaming. You see the shine. There you go. So nice and shiny frets. And then once that was done, I then used Dunlop cleaner and polish on the body. Headstock, turned the base over, did the neck, and did the back of the base. There's no polish for this fingerboard. It's a satin finished maple neck. So it's not porous, it's not open. So it's already sealed. So it's really cleaning that you do. However, I did use some maple butter solution, which is for maple necks and fingerboards. So like with any maple neck, previous owners, you can't really see it because I've cleaned it all off, but where they've played it, grubbiness on their hands started to make the rolled edges a little dirty. And just clean those up. Clean the fingerboard up with the maple butter. Then restrung it. Then did the neck relief and realised that despite having that sizable access point for an Allen wrench, even with just like a quarter turn, you get it to the point and think, right, I can't go any further. I need to take the Allen key out to put it back in and give it another turn. You couldn't. So the nut in there, so even with a quarter turn, you'll turn it, but it hasn't got to a point where you could put the Allen key back in and fit it snugly to give it another turn. So with the new strings on, tuned up, stretched in, I then had to take the neck off. So I used some rubber tubing to clamp the strings in place, slacken the strings off, clamped it in place with the tubing, unbolted the neck, took the neck off. So the strings are kind of, they weren't hanging off, but anyway. Then had access to the truss rod nut. I could then give it, I think I gave it like a half turn. I'd already measured the relief with feeler gauges. Did the half turn, put the neck back on, bolted it up, tuned the strings to pitch, took the tubing off. Measured the relief again, it was perfect. So then tuned the strings up. Then it was a case of getting the action right, and did a few little adjustments there. Then did the intonation, and thankfully everything was in because the previous strings have been the same gauge. All I've done is just put a new set of strings on. So the intonation was all in. That was good. Then we did the pickup height, and there was what I was getting was an imbalance in output. So as much as I would expect a different tone off each pickup, what was happening was if I soloed the P pickup, it was at such a volume. If I soloed the jazz pickup, the single coil, that was a different tone, but it was a lower level, which I would expect. There's usually that mismatch. But if I had the single coil, if I had the split coil full up and then added the jazz pickup, the single coil to the mix, the tone would change in the last quarter, but the volume would drop. So even though the P pickup is on full, the volume would drop, and so clearly adding the bridge was causing a bit of a phase cancellation. So For me, the only way around that was to drop the P pickup, so there's less, it's getting less output from that, and raise the bridge pickup. So now they both have a different tone, but when I'm running both pickups together, you hear the point that the tone changes, but the volume stays the same. That was it. That's what I did. Okay. Okay, Jim, what polish do you use? Okay, I've been through that. I ordered a Music Nomad cleaner. Very good. Very good. Well done. Already used the F1 oil and fret polish. They are really great. Yes, they are. Love Music Nomad stuff. Neoland, Pete, hi. You asked what's going on. Well, we're starting up our own AC/DC tribute band again. Excellent. Good work, sir. After a few years hiatus, but lost our singer and drummer on the way. Okay. Well, time to get it back out, I guess. Patrick, have you tried the recent Music Man Sterling Ray 34? Not the recent one, I haven't, no. Last Sterling Rays I played were probably about 4 or 5 years ago. So I would imagine they now incorporate the roasted maple neck from the specials. More affordable, though still around 1,200 quid. Ray 34s, when I did a review of them back in 20... Let me tell you. Because I've been getting all the magazine stuff together because it's going up on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. 2 seconds. Let me tell you. So I reviewed them when they just come out, and I can't remember for the life of me when that was. Right, Music Man. Any ball? No. Right, Music Man. Hold on. No, Stingray. Family Reserve. No. Oh, I must have put it under. Here we go. So Sterling Ray 34. I reviewed in 2010. There we go. So I did those then, and the price then was... price then was $719 was the RRP. So in the shops you've probably been looking at about $650. So they've almost doubled in price. Wowzers. Not cheap. Not cheap at all. Neoland, so we're still looking and auditioning singers and drummers. Hope to get going live later this year. Best of luck, mate. Trying to find a singer for an AC/DC band is no easy task, so I wish you the best of luck. They're out there, they just need a bit of unearthing. I think you'll find. Martin Fay, I love the colour of that Lakeland ice blue metallic. There was one on eBay going a couple of weeks ago, exactly the same bass. A little bit more pricey than this one was when I bought it, but it's a finish they do on their Daryl Jones basses. I think they've even done some 5502s possibly in this colour, but it's lovely. Ice blue metallic. There it is. The gaps on my Skyline DJ4 are much tighter than that. This is, yeah, I don't get it. I don't get why. I don't understand the need for, you know, I know you don't want super tight routing, but I mean, that is crazy. And another thing, I don't think the foam that the pickups are resting on is particularly good, because this bridge pickup is shifting about all over the shop. We're talking spongy here. Look. Try and do it without the light shining on it. You might be able to see this. So you can't really. So it's like a lot of give on that foam. I like foam to be a bit more solid than that. So in a gig, I'll be playing it, pressing down, and that pickup's going to move. Not a good idea. It will get tested on Saturday. We'll see how we get through Saturday's Queen tribute gig. Fresh rotor sounds lovely. But yeah. Okay, where are we? Yeah. I'm not sure what those gaps. I mean, I'm looking at it now. That's hellishly big. In fact, let's measure it. There's discrepancy here. Take the glasses off. The eyesight's not what it used to be. Right. So. .2.5 millimeter gap excess. Let's try further down. Yeah, 2.5 mil excess, which in theory doesn't sound like a lot, but I mean, I'm looking at it and it's a hell of a gap. But there we go. It's not the top of the range, is it? So that's what you get. Although, as I say, I'll pick up on that on the bass review video and I'll mention it. We'll see if we get any comeback from Lakeland. Get your CNC machine sorted. I've had cheaper basses than that without that sort of routing. That's shocking. Anyway, my mum, I would listen to you 24/7. Some would say you have in years gone by, but I don't count as know nothing about basses, but I am learning by listening. There you go, you see. Patrick, yes, they have roasted maple necks. Yeah, I thought they did. Paul, I added 2 Sterling Music Man Ray 34s. Cool. Yeah. It's weird. I can look back and Stingrays used to be so cheap, second hand. They really weren't very expensive, but Ernie Ball's relentless pursuit of matching Fender prices means everything's just gone through the roof. I mean, an American Stingray is now just ridiculous money. It's like edging towards £3,000. I just don't get it. Don't get it. Fabulous basses, but they ain't worth £3,000. You could have a custom-made bass here in the UK that's going to play better than that, sound better than that as well, and made to your spec as well. Martin, we'll send you a pic of the bridge routing on my rock bass. I'll bet that's a thing of beauty. I think they used a beaver on acid rather than CNC. Could be. Yeah, Paul, I bought 2 of the Sterling Music Man Ray. Yeah, cool. Very good. Well, I've got a can of fizzy pop here, but Coca-Cola don't need advertising, so I'm going to pour it into my very fine Brooks's Bass Corner mug. Available, I can't even say at all good retail outlets. It's via the affiliate links in the description box below. So at the moment, all Brooks's Bass Corner merchandise is 15% off. No matter where you are in the world, no matter what you're buying. You want a nice mouse mat? They're relatively cheap on the store. You can have any of the designs on that mouse mat. Unfortunately, they're all white, I'm afraid. But you can put any of the designs and have it on a mouse mat. There you go. And yeah, so Coke don't need the advertising. My stuff does. So it's going in the Brooks's Bass Corner mug. And I'll carry on showing it off, you see. There we go. I'll have to get a beer mug on the next cycle of purchasing, I think. There we go. Excellent. Cheers, everybody. Well, good week. Hope your bass playing goes well. I've filled it literally to the top. That's why it needs 2 hands, you see. Fabulous. There we go. Rose Agenchi. Hi, I play a Sterling 34. Cool. Which I bought at the Bass Show 2016. Very good. London bass show, I presume you mean. I was there. You may have been sitting in on my, what's that? Masterclass. I think it was masterclass, right, with Neil Fairclough. That was me. I was the compere. The lovely Neil Fairclough, who was here. So people who don't know who Neil Fairclough is. Neil Fairclough is the bass player for Queen and Adam Lambert, amongst other things. He needed a bed for the night the other night. He was doing a gig down in Kent, here in the UK. He lives up north. It was basically about a 280-mile journey, which he would have had to do one way, do the gig, and then drive back. Couldn't get a hotel because of the coronation weekend. So he contacted me a couple of days before and said, could you help? Can you put me up for the evening? I said, yeah, it's fine. So he came here. We had a good old natter about all things Queen and a million other things bass related. And it was good to see him. It's very well. I think he's popping in again this weekend. He's got another show down this way. So, yeah. I play did that bit. Yes, we met there. Did we? Remind me. I used to meet so many people at the bass shows. It was literally all weekend for 3 days. I miss it. I miss the bass shows. We had a great time. Met a lot of people. Did a lot of work. I did a lot of my review work at the bass shows. And I didn't twig until about 2017 the way to do it. So what we used to do from 2013 onwards was I would review stuff over the course of the Saturday and Sunday. And every time, and we get a load of work done for like the next 10 to 12 issues of the magazine. So literally at one bass show, we could get a whole load of bass gear, pedals, amps, basses, everything covered for the next year of the mag, at least for me. And then I twigged after 3 or 4. We would always get to Sunday, and right up until the very last minute, I literally only just finished doing all the things I had to do. So interviews, going around speaking to the exhibitors, doing the masterclasses, doing the bass, the gear reviews and stuff. And it then dawned on me for 2018. I remember driving back with Joel, the editor, because he lives a bit further out than I do from where I live. So he would drop me off. We're having a chat in the car. I said, you know what I need to do next year, don't you? He said, go on. I said, what I need to do is come in on the Friday. So the bass show would last Saturday and Sunday. I said, I need to come in on the Friday because while the exhibitors are setting up, doing their stands, I can start reviewing the gear so that they don't throw a hissy fit on the Saturday and Sunday when we take their gear to review it and then take it for photography, and they've missed having that piece of equipment on their stand for 45 minutes to an hour. If I come in and do it on the Friday, there's no punters here. There's no audience. So if I take the bass away, review it and photograph it and then bring it back, it doesn't matter at all. He said, yeah, it's not a bad idea, is it? I said, well, you're not paying me for being there. You pay me for the content I write. So why don't we block off one of the rooms that we have at the back of the hall? Let me have, it can just be a small room. I will organise an amplifier. So we got Barnes and Mullins to provide a small Aguilar rig. Thank you, guys. Love your work. And I can start doing all that work on Friday. When you come in on Saturday, I can go and round up those instruments and go and get them photographed because the photographer wouldn't turn up till Saturday. I can get each one. And so it's never going to be off the stand for more than 10 minutes, 15 at the most. They're not going to miss that. And it also means we've had that extra day head start. So I can already identify what we need to cover. And I would be in constant contact with Joel by either phone call or text message. And I'd say to him, do you want to do this? Do you want to do that one? Do we want to look at this, that? Do you want to do a double header with that bass against that? And we could do all of that work. So the final 2 years, 2018, 2019, we got shed loads of work done. And I remember on the 2019 show, I was done by about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So I actually got to enjoy 4 hours of the bass show on the final Sunday of what has turned out to be the final London bass guitar show. So I actually got a chance to go and walk around the stands and actually be a bit more of a punter than the guy who was running everywhere around the show, getting gear together, doing interviews, introducing people on the masterclass stage, doing that. So I actually, for one show, I got about 4 hours of sort of enjoyment time, which was good. But yeah, so that was the nature of the bass shows, as you know, Rosa. Yeah. Delano, have you ever tried bi-amping? I've done it at home. I haven't done it on gigs. I did a bi-amping thing using a Billy Sheehan Attitude, which I've got right there. Never done it with the Alembics, but I've never used it on a live setup. And I'll tell you why, because a lot of the times on the gigs I've done over the years, there just isn't the time to do it. And the times when I've thought, oh, I could do that, I'll take all the gear, get to the gig, and either the PA company or the staging company or the client has done something and we've got no time. And then the times that I thought, oh, I won't bother, I turn up to the gig and we've got 6 hours, and you just think, a lot of the time you're not you're not in control of these factors, and that's why I tend not to do it. And I know I've followed your posts on Facebook and Bass Chat about your setup, and I really admire it. I have to, I admire from a distance, but I'm not sure I could go through with it, because it's one of those things. There's just too much for me. This is just for me, Delano. There's too many things there that if something went wrong, I don't have a tech, so I'm responsible for the sound I produce. If something went wrong, I couldn't possibly begin to start to think, is it that? Is it that? Is it the connection between that preamp and that? And so my raison d'etre usually is keep things simple as possible, that if something goes down, I can pinpoint where the problem is really quick, because invariably it's not going to happen in a sound check. It'll happen while you're doing the gig. And I don't like that level of chaos while I'm trying to concentrate on playing. But I applaud anyone that wishes to go down the bi-amping route. It can be a way of getting a great sound. But unless I'm in some level of control or involvement with the rest of the people in the band to make the benefits of that sound work, and usually I'm not these days, because I'm not in a regular band. I work in a number of bands, but I'm not in charge of any of it. I can't get that involved. I am still hoping to get the right kind of gig to try it. Yeah. If so, what was your experience? If not, what are your views on it? Well, with the Billy Sheehan thing, I mean, that's set up as a stereo bass. My Mark King Alembic standard isn't stereo, as you know. The 20th anniversary can be, but again, I mean, that's only done 4 or 5 gigs, I think. I've never bi-amped it, never run it in stereo. The Billy Sheehan I did. So before I went with Aguilar amplification, I have loads of EBS stuff here. And what I did was I tried to help each pickup. So the woofer pickup, should I get the bass off the wall? It kind of makes a bit more sense. We can discuss it. So with this fine beast, I was running the woofer pickup into an EBS HD 350, which is like a very clear, hi-fi sounding amp. And the P I was running into the EBS Fafner, which has got some tubes. So of the 2 pickups, this is the clearer pickup, clearly. So basically I was making this more colourful with the valve Fafner and cleaning up the tone off of this woofer pickup by running it through the HD 350. What I then did was I ran, get it right, I think I ran the P pickup into, did I go 212? I think I went 212 and a 210, and I ran that into a 410, and I think I tried it with an extra 210 as well, but it was getting too much at that point. So I left that with a 410 and that with a 212 with an extra 210. Sounded great. It really sounded, you understand the components that Billy Sheehan's tone comes from. Well, him clearly, but this bass running in stereo and running them out to sort of amplifiers separately, so you can tailor that kind of frequency response. I'm trying to think, what did I do? I think I ran a fair mid boost and a treble boost on the woofer pickup, and on the P I think I had mid I think I was just running kind of like low mids and some bass boost, not a hell of a lot, but the bass just absolutely sang. It was like, oh my god, that just sounds great, and everything you would want this to be, you know. But that's the joy of stereo basses, as you know. You know, the possibilities are endless, but I think where this kind of works is in recording, not necessarily on a live stage, because so many, unless you're in a big band, like a big artist, you know, like top-notch crew, top-notch sound company, you can't build up that rapport. And like the work I do, the people you meet on gigs, it's one night, and they're not gonna really get involved with you to make your bass sound the best. And I think if you go to that level of work, unless you have a regular sound crew, a lot of the theatre tribute bands do, they have like a regular team that work with them, you can work on it, you know, gig by gig, make the bass sound better and better and better. But a lot of the time it's just not possible. So it's like, how much work and effort do you want to go in, and then the audience aren't going to hear it anyway. So, you know, who and what and why are you doing it? That would be my thing. But in a studio situation, I mean, God, well, you're going to get every nuance of the tone and the benefit of that. So that would be my take on that. Delano, I think. Lewis Wingrove, you're here. You're here. You're excited about receiving your Boss SY200 synth pedal tomorrow. I expect a full review and comments next Tuesday. Last night I changed my strings. Excellent. Detailed my bass guitar. It's easy for me to say. Then thought about, I never took off the bridge. Don't worry. Do that next time. Delano, I've done it at home and it does sound great. We're talking about bi-amping here. But playing reggae, it would not offer much benefit, correct? Because you're not dealing with the higher frequencies. And Lord knows you have basses with the finest higher frequencies, as we both know. Lewis, good thing I did find some grounding issues, fixed the finish, preventing the ground, and made a grounding bar for the body for improving contact. Super quiet, heavenly. Excellent. This is why I treasure your time here on the live chats, Lewis. Fabulous stuff. Delano, Stanley does it and it sounds incredible, but then he is the man and has his own crew. That's the thing. He will have spent time probably in rehearsals with them, going through the components of his system and working it with them to make it sound the best it can. That's the difference. If you don't have those sort of people with you, you can put all the effort into bi-amping and, you know, stereo processing and what have you. People aren't going to hear it. It will just get lost in amongst the rest of the band. I would be trying it to get the best sound from my basses I can. Yeah, I hear you. But then again, it depends what gigs you're doing this on. So for like a lot of the stuff I do, it could work. It could pay dividends in some of the theatres. But again, I never work with the same crew for more than one night. It's always a different team. So it's a bit difficult. And even in Uncle Funk, even if I went down that bi-amping route, and we have three guys who basically, or two now, who are on kind of rotation. There just never is the time. Even on theatre shows, I can get there relatively early, and my sound is kind of the smallest component of the whole thing, which is fine. I'm quite happy sort of sorting myself out and getting it all sounding as best as I can. But I think if I went down that bi-amping route and stereo basses and what have you, you can't tell me the people out front are going to hear too much difference. They're not. It's like playing disco. They want big, fat, funky bass. They don't want hyper transient, crystal clear top end. They're not going to get it. And we're a 9-piece band, you know. We make a fair old din. That's for sure. Yes, Stace, Lewis has appeared. You're becoming a celebrity in your own right, Lewis. I'll have to start producing T-shirts with your name on soon. Lewis attends my live chat. So I've not had any comments yet from anyone regarding the new design on the merchandise store. So if any of you care to follow the links in the description box, you can go to either of them, UK and Europe store, US and worldwide store. There's a design there which says, "I'm with the bass player." Go and take a look. Tell me what you think. I'm finding out, like this is Lewis, finding out the black chrome and the black finished hardware is preventing a good ground. The saddles were a bit tedious. Yeah. Delano, good points. I've been in this game a while. I've done a few gigs, you know. It's you only learn all this stuff by doing it. Then as you get older, I noticed myself doing it when I was probably about 10, 11 years ago, that you start trying to find the easy way of, it's not you're trying to scrimp or rip anyone off, but there comes a point where you think, I don't need to take 4 bass cabinets on a gig, and I don't need to take 2 or 3 amplifiers and 50 pedals, and you actually start taking less, hopefully maintaining the quality tone you've had, but you just you're getting older. You don't want to be carrying all this stuff, and then it takes ages to set it all up. It takes ages to break it all down, and at the end of the day, would anyone notice if I used 1 cab less, or didn't use that pedal, or used a different amp? They aren't. They really aren't. Most people are fairly drunk when you're playing. Even theatre audiences tend to be, a few sheets to the wind. Certainly by the second set. So they've had a drink before the first set, had a drink before the second set, and by then they're, you're playing the greatest hits of Queen, and first 2 tracks in on the second set, it's getting a bit rowdy. So and then that gig, I can't use the alembics. It's got to be precisions all the way. So there's absolutely no point me having any sort of bi-amping setup using a precision. There isn't. So with that, on those gigs, it'll be a precision. I'm going to use the Lakeland on a couple, well, probably a set or 2 on Saturday. Aguilar AG700 amp, Aguilar SL212 cabinet, small pedal board, job done. And everyone will be happy, even me. Stacey, Lewis Wingrove was on the chat. Where were you? Note that down, Stace. We'll do one of those. Exactly. He'll become a celebrity with our help. We can make this man a star. Delano, hence me getting lightweight barefaced cabs. Exactly. Lewis Wingrove, I finally figured out the hard way why bass guitar doesn't want high gain distortion. Took off my Bogner Uberschall pedal. You can get tablets for that from the doctor. And my tone is balanced now. There you go. I came into Delano. I came into bass later in life. Yes, you were a guitar player before, I believe. I think you have an alembic guitar as well. Is that correct? So I haven't had years of experience of bass rigs and different basses. Understood. Yeah, I've had lots of rigs. So my amplification story would take literally about a minute to describe. So My first amp was a Custom Sound Cub 60 chorus combo, which had a 1x15 in it. I then had a Carlsberg Cobra. I think it was a Carlsberg Cobra. Yeah, grey one with this 6-band graphic on it. That was a 90-watt combo, again with a 15. Then upgraded to a Hartkey XL410 and an HA3500 amp, and that had that for 10 years. Then I moved on to EBS, an EBS HD350 and a Fafner. Now I've got 2 Fafners. I bought one as a spare when the first one went down, and a whole bunch of cabinets and what have you. Bought a couple of small Class D amps. So I've got a Gallien Kruger MB200 and again Ben's Shuttle 92. Got Trace Elliott Elf as well. Still got a Hartkey 200-watt 2x10 combo. Got the Messer Engineering Strategy Bass Strategy 888, which is full of valves but sounds amazing. And then in 2018 moved over to Aguilar. So I've got a DB751, AG700, 2 SL212 cabinets, and a bunch of their pedals, and that's it. That's my amplifier journey. Probably between all that lot, I won't be buying anything else. Very happy with my bass amps. Still got quite a lot of it, and yeah, that's my journey. So very happy with the Aguilar stuff. Sounds very different to the EBS stuff, which is why I haven't sold the EBS stuff. Some bass players, when they move to a new brand, sell their old stuff. I'll keep hold of it because the tone is very, very different. And if suddenly I needed to get that tone that the EBS stuff produces, I've got it here. Lewis Wingrove, having a laugh. Lewis, if. Delano, yes. Very good. But yeah. So here we are. It's 12 minutes past 10. Brooks's Bass Corner, live chat number 47. Here in London town. Tuesday nights from 8. Although, as I've explained, once we get to the end of May, for June, July, August, we're going to do 1 live chat a month on the last Tuesday of each month. So we can all have a little bit of a rest and a recharge, and we'll all be out doing gigs, hopefully, and enjoying the summer nights and what have you. Unless you're George Iliadis and you're in Australia, it's going to be freezing cold. Poor George. He's going to have snow and rain and freezing temperatures, and we'll be all in our shorts. But there we go. Can't have it all. So yeah, so Brooks's Bass Corner, live chat 47. If you've got any questions about bass guitars, bass speakers, bass amplifiers, bass combos, bass strings, accessories, effects pedals, if your gear's not working properly, you got your first gig coming up, maybe auditioning for a new band, setting your first pedal board up, got any questions, I will help if I can possibly do so. If I don't know the answer, we throw it open to the fine learned brethren and sisters we have here on the live chat, and between one of us will know how to get you up and running. So there we are. This is the video window. If you're on the mobile app, directly below is the live chat window. If you're on the desktop version, it's that way. Put your insertion point, cursor, pointer, whatever you want to call it, into live chat window. Type your question or comment, press send, pops up here on my window. As soon as I see it, I can respond to it. The bottom of the live chat window is an emoji icon. Feel free to give that an absolute pounding. The YouTube algorithm loves that. It means you're getting involved in the conversation. Next to it, you'll see a dollar symbol. That's called Super Chat. If you're enjoying the video, would like to make teeth in. Thank you. Check they're still there. If you would like to make a financial contribution to the channel, hit the Super Chat button and you can do so. That's the way that works. Underneath this video, you'll find a thumbs up and a thumbs down. Please feel free to give us a thumbs up. That'd be very much appreciated. You will also find in that row of icons a share button, so you can share this video out to social media, website, email. A save button, so you can watch the video at a later date. And then you'll find a love heart with a dollar symbol in. It's called Super Thanks. Works exactly the same way as Super Chat. You'll find the Super Thanks button on every video on this channel. We're monetized. So again, if you want to make a financial contribution to the channel, keeps the channel moving, keeps it running, keeps the YouTube algorithm wheels lubricated, feel free to do so. Very much appreciated. If you aren't already a subscriber to the channel, please hit the subscribe button. Don't have to, but it helps me, helps the channel, keeps YouTube happy. Hit the notification bell so you get notifications when I release new videos and post up on the community tab. And again, please give the video a thumbs up. It all helps. It's all positive. Everything here on the channel in my analytics is green, moving upwards, which means everything is good. So I've got nothing in the analytics in red at the moment, and we want to keep it that way. So everything's working pretty good. Thank you very much to everyone for all your likes, your comments, getting involved in the videos, following on the social media, all the likes, the follows over on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all of that, TikTok. Quite astounded by how some of the reels I've put on Instagram have suddenly got like 4,000 or 5,000 views. Because for months I couldn't get any reels to work on Instagram. None of them had sound until I found out exactly what the parameters needed to be on an Instagram reel video. I worked it out. Well, I didn't work it out. I managed to find it 4 pages in on a Google search, and there's no holding me back. The videos are flying over there. So thank you very much if you've been watching those. So in the description box below the video, but above the comment section, you'll find affiliate links for Thomann and Amazon, and there will be over the next couple of days. I'll be adding affiliate links for Gear for Music and ANDERTONS here in the UK, and I'm hoping really soon to have PMT links there as well, which is a musical retailer here in the UK, not something for the female audience members, of course. So how does that work? Right, affiliate links. If you click on the link, go through to the storefront that I've created for Brooks's Bass Corner. You'll find loads of bass related products in there: strings, gig bags, straps, leads, tuners, basses, pedals, amplifiers, a million items, strap locks, picks, cleaning products, polishing cloths, everything. Find an item you want, add it to your basket. Make sure it isn't already in your basket before you add it. If it's already in your basket, it's not counted as an affiliate sale. So make sure your basket is empty. Add the product to your basket. Go through with the sale. I think within 48 hours of the purchase being sent out to you, the channel then receives an affiliate payment. That's how that works. There is Brooks's Bass Corner merchandise. Links in description box for UK and Europe. That's one store. US and worldwide is another store. Same company, 2 different stores. You'll find t-shirts, caps, hoodies, mouse mats, mugs, cups, glasses. 150 products-ish for every single design that we have. If you buy the merchandise, I don't get the price of the merchandise. I get a very small percentage of it, but all those small percentages become a bigger percentage. So if you want to help the channel and get something in return, then please feel free to buy some merch. It is 15% off all items across both stores until, so it's Tuesday at the moment, until 23:59 on Thursday night this week. So you've got just over 48 hours to receive a 15% discount on everything. So shop away. There is about 10 designs on there, and those can be applied or have been applied to literally every product on their sites. So find a design you like, whether it's the exploding bass, it might be the bass logo with the horizontal writing, it might be the colorful multicolor bass logo. Find a design you like, find the product you'd like to have, pick your size, choose the color, place your order. That's it. It takes about between 7 to 9 days for an order to arrive. Quality is fabulous. I have absolutely no complaints with any of the stuff. Got loads of samples here. Let me put this base back on its hanger. I'll show you. Don't drop it. There we go. On you go, girl. It's good. Not going to slide off. That's the general idea. Right, just bear with me, guys. Hopefully it won't shake the camera too much. Here we are. Right, I'll show you some shirts. So, Lewis Wingrove, got new t-shirts for you. We've got Tip the Bass Player. They're the reason you're dancing. Available in assorted colours. We've got the new Exploding Bass logo in a Ringer t-shirt. Again, available in various colours. They're called Ringer shirts because of this ring around the neck and the end of the arms. So the Exploding Bass. Particle bass, whichever way you want to call it. And we've got a baseball shirt in navy and white with the multicolour bass logo. Then we've got a peacock blue t-shirt with the Exploding Bass. Yeah. And we've got royal blue with the multicolour bass logo. I really wanted an orange shirt, but they were sold out at the time, so we went for a sky blue, ice blue, which looks rather fetching, I have to say. It's all good. And then we've got the long sleeve navy t-shirt with the horizontal bass logo. So, as I said, everything's 15% off. 15% discount on all merch up until $23.59 on Thursday. So just over 48 hours. So if you'd like to buy something, feel free. If you buy something, please send me some photos of you wearing it or holding it or what have you. You can send it and I'll put the email address in now on the live chat. It's brooksysbasecorner2020@gmail.com. So if any of you have bought merch, the lovely Peter from Holland sent me some pictures. Very good. Well done, sir. And it allows me to then put like a collage together that I can put on social media. So email address for merch pictures is there you go. So yeah, here we have it. Let's get back to these messages. Lewis Wingrove, I like that Aguilar. For a modern tone, I'm going after the Mesa Boogie Subway and some Ampeg cabs. For a modern tone? Really? Okay. I'm almost done with this pedal board. No preamp. Kiox power supplies next move. Ed, good to see you. EAZL. Ed. The man. Good to see you. Welcome. Are there any bass educators, teachers that you especially like? Jeff Berlin, Joe Hubbard. Stuart Clayton is my go-to. I will happily put Stuart forward as a bass teacher par excellence for me. I've known Stuart for, cool, now there's a question. I first met him in, cool, now. There's a question. 2002, I first met Stuart. And it was through Stuart that I ended up writing for Bass Guitar magazine. Been friends ever since. I bought his Status 2000 Series 2000 bass over there from him, so that he could have he could pay for the LEDs that were going into the GB Rumor, the red one that he bought. Yes, Stuart for me is the teacher you want. He's fabulous. The other teachers I have no experience of. I have no experience of Jeff. Joe Hubbard, I haven't taken lessons with Joe, but I know how his courses work. They're very in-depth. There's a lot there, but any bass teacher can give you loads and loads of content. Joe's very good. There's Scott's bass lessons. There's Phil Mann's thing. But I'd always go to Stuart. I think Stuart's way of teaching is clear, concise, and direct. Yeah, let's be fair. The YouTube is full of bass educators, so you take your pick. I've had people ask me, why don't you do all this? And it's like, I'm not, I haven't done theory. I don't do all of that. I'm basically self-taught, and I've just done this for a living, and I've managed to make a living doing it. But I've never been taught in that way. I've never had lessons. So what I can do, and Jim Hawkins, we've had a lovely chat. I haven't started his lessons yet, but Jim wants to tap into what I know and how I play and how I prepare for gigs and getting yourself gig ready and playing in a band. So there will be some lessons that I'll be doing with Jim, but they won't be YouTube video lessons, because I think so many bass educators out there do it already, and they do it really well. And kind of what can I bring to that party? Probably nothing that they don't already do and provide. And let's be fair, Scott Devine's got it very well wrapped up. There's no way I can encroach on, how many other ways can you dress up theory? It doesn't make any sense. I'm better doing what I do in the reviews and features and kind of interviews. Although with the interviews, I've kind of backed off of doing that because they just didn't really generate much in the way of traffic and views, and viewing numbers were really low. Someone contacted me today about doing some interviews with certain players, and I said, it's just no point. If I was doing it for the magazine, then that's fair enough. There's an end to it. But for the channel here, it just wouldn't generate enough attention, enough views. It'd be a bit pointless. It'd be basically doing 2 or 3 interview videos with no point in doing them, because no one would really watch them. It's a shame, but it's just the way it is. Having done this now for almost 3 years, at the end of July, you learn what works on the channel and what doesn't. And at the moment, because I'm not snowballing where I'm racking up thousands and thousands of views all the time, I haven't got that momentum. So I have to kind of think carefully about what I put up. And it's not like with certain channels where you can follow trends and what have you. I can't react quickly enough to bass related trends because there's only me doing it. And because the channel isn't huge, it's not Scott Devine or a Bass the World or even Low End Lobster, I can't go to companies and request gear. So unless I know the people directly, me putting in a request for review gear and demo gear just doesn't happen, which is why I've had to buy like pedals and effects and bits and bobs. I have to fund that. I just can't get the review stuff here. It was different when I wrote for the mag, because then we had the clout. So you could go to a company and say, we want to run a review in Bass Guitar Magazine or Bass Player. Can we have a review sample? As a YouTuber with 2.85 thousand subscribers, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. I haven't got high enough levels. I applied to Sweetwater 3 weeks ago to be an affiliate with them. And they said, you are exactly what we want, but you just don't have enough followers. So come back to us when your numbers grow and we'll happily take you on. So stay in touch, which is great. But it's like, it's taken a long time to get to almost 3,000. I've got to hope that the YouTube algorithm wheels start turning big time, because that'll, just keep the thing moving, if you know what I mean. I seem to have lost on my camera how many people are watching. I'm assuming you guys are still getting it out there. I seem to have lost something on my camera where it tells me how many people are watching and how many people have liked the video. There is a feature here. I'm trying to remember how I get to it where I can click back into something. Just bear with me a moment, guys and girls. See if I can. I think I have to go there. I'm trying to remember where it was. I always find these things after the event. think it's on there, and it's because I've not got the screen fully wide. There we go. I think it's that. I think it's that. It is that. There we go. Excellent. I don't normally use this analytics window. Now I can see everything, but I don't know why that's dropped off of there for some reason. Are you guys still getting this? I don't know. Quick, everyone hide. Cheers. I'm still here, but I'm going to call it a night, cousin. Okay, Tom, no problem. Thank you. Thank you for attending. Jay Parker, good to see you. Love that alembic on the wall. Thank you very much. And that Canadian base too. That will be the dingle. A sturdy bridge it has. What are we talking about? The alembic or the dingle? Dingle's got monorails. The alembic is extremely sturdy. Martin Fay, quick, everyone hide. Joker. 12 of us here currently. Can you still see everything? I've gone into the analytics and I'm getting a spinning wheel, but the camera's saying everything's there, but I can't see the list of viewers or the likes, and it normally sits there along the top. So I'm hoping this hasn't all dropped out. Rosa Genchi. Yeah. Oh, hold on, something's going on there. Check Paul Westwood. Yes, Paul's very good. Out for jazz bass lesson, part of Morley College, very affordable. Yeah, you can see and hear perfectly. I don't know what's going on there. Oh well. I don't know. I'm sat here on the analytics, live chat analytics window within YouTube Studio, and all I've got is a spinning wheel. Oh, hang on. Select products to display them in your product section. I can do that. This is the problem that I've had with the merchandise. It's still happening on the merchandise shelf. It's not displaying t-shirts. I have absolutely no idea why, but it's the way it is. So there we go. There we go. We are at 22:33, so just gone 10:30 here in London on Brooks's Bass Corner, live chat number 47. Hope you're all doing well. So if you've got any questions about bass guitars, bass amplifiers, bass speakers, bass effects, bass accessories, gig bags, strings, how to set up a pedal board, how to do your first gig, how to get an audition, how to win the audition, I can only advise in that respect. There's no guarantee the people you'll be playing for. So have you got any questions? Maybe your gear isn't working. Maybe your bass is playing up. Maybe your effect pedals aren't working. If I can offer some advice, help you out, I'm more than happy to do so. It's what I'm here for. If I don't know the answer, one of the fine people that we have here on our live chat, they'll know. There's not many questions that people have raised on the live chat, so we haven't sorted out one way or another, which is great. And it's what this channel is all about, as far as I'm concerned. And we have a very friendly community, which is great. Good. I think, I see, I've got that on there. I need that on there. It's better. I can see everything there. There we go. So yeah, this color t-shirt. So it's not black, it's charcoal grey. And it works really well with that design, I think. Looks grand. Well done, Stace. Excellent. Super stuff. Patrick, yes, loud and clear. Good. Good. Let's quickly check in, see what happened with the football. 1-1 between Real Madrid and Man City. Well now. Well. All to play for next week then. It's in the balance. Yes, sir. Okay. So what's next on everyone's shopping list? What are you looking to buy? What's are you looking at new pedals? You looking at new bass, new amp? What are you looking at? I don't think there's too much on my list at the moment. I've got pretty much everything I need for the work I've got coming up, he says, and then something will appear secondhand that I think, oh, I'd like that. But no, it's all kind of good at the moment. But I'm looking forward to get this pedal board stripped and rebuilt up. I've got a whole bunch of pedals I want to put on there. Got to get to grips with these Source Audio. I'm aware they're going to be a bit time intensive, but there's no point in buying them if I'm not going to use them. So they will definitely be coming out very shortly. Paul from Glasgow, I bought that Sterling Music Man Ray 34 and I was forgetting one that was the Music Man Ray 34 Active, which is the completely flat at the back at the end of the body. Sterling Music Man Stingray, I think. Okay. Yeah, this is Ernie Ball and Music Man have basically confused most of the bass buying public. So there it still is. So you have Music Man Stingrays and Music Man Sterlings, two separate designs, quite different. They then started the Sterling Music Man Rays, which were the cheaper version. Then so you could now have a Sterling Stingray. It just confuses the hell out of people. And the fact they have a Sterling bass in terms of a model made in America, that confuses everyone even more. But yeah, they're quite different. The original concept, because the Sterling was a smaller body, more jazz-like in its neck proportions, with a three-way coil switch. The Sterling Music Man Ray is basically a cheaper version of a Stingray with no coil switching thing, unless you're buying the HH version. HH standing for humbucker. Lewis Wingrove, this fix just took me to Tone Town. I'm just testing it now. Oh my God. Excellent. You haven't got the neighbours knocking on the door yet, Lewis, I hope. Because we know you like to make a noise. So, with the greatest of respect, of course. I'm waiting for Lewis to reply. He's obviously busy testing. Which is as it should be. Quite right. Have we got any requests? Anything you'd like pulled out of the racks this evening? Anything that anyone's thinking of buying and would like me to appraise before you put your money down on the counter? Paul, I think it was the Sterling Music Man Stingray that was owned cheaper, but still not as many would have liked. Don't know what you mean, mate. Yeah, you kind of got me a bit confused with that one, Paul. go copy and paste it and then make the changes so it flows. I'm a bit lost on that one. Got a very nice Spectre Euro 4 LX here. Got to do a review video of this. There's already a demo here on the channel, but I need to do the review video. Still haven't done it. A purple bass, Patrick. Yes, there's a possibility of one of them at some point. I wouldn't mind a purple and black, probably in a flame or a quilted maple top, maybe. It's not something I need at the moment. I've got plenty to keep me busy, that's for sure. This needs a restring at some point soon. I've actually got custom gauge strings for this. So I tried it with 40-100s for a while, and it was too baggy at the top end. Bottom end was fine, too baggy at the top. This has got 45-105s on it at the moment. But the bottom two strings, the E and the A, I'm not a fan. It doesn't feel as good as the 180. So I had some strings made up by Picato. So I've got, I think it's 45, 65, 80 and 100. And I've not put them on, but I've played that gauge on another bass, and it was like, oh, that could be the solution for the Spectre. So at some point soon, I'm going to use this on a couple of gigs, finish these strings off, and then I'll give it an overhaul and put the custom set on, do all the adjustments and get it out. Sounds great. It's a great bass. It's out of tune as well. That's a good start, mate. I think the last time I restrung this bass, don't shoot me, was now 10 years ago. I took this on a trip with me to Eilat in Israel, and I think I changed the strings like 3 or 4 times on that trip. So it still had the old 40-100s on, and I'd made my mind up that wasn't the gauge for this. And then it had a set before this set of 45-105s, and I had another set of 45-105s out there with me. That's what's on here now. But I don't use it regularly enough for gigs. So these strings have pretty much lasted 10 years. So I might get it out on a few shows, kill them off, and then it can have the custom set. I did a bit of a setup on it while we were in lockdown, like I did with all my basses. Before I had the YouTube channel, there was enough content there on a workbench to probably last about 3 years. I didn't know I was going to be doing a YouTube channel at that point. That progressed over time. Martin, I tried a sub-Ray, a Ray 24. Never heard of that. And a Ray 34 last year. I really like the Ray 34, yeah, but preferred the single pickup over the HH. I'm the same. I had a HH Stingray, American one, that I won off eBay, and it didn't even come close to my single humbucking Ray. I couldn't even get it to replicate the sound of the single H, so sold it. Time to go. And the shop couldn't get the finish I wanted in the single pickup. Ain't that the truth? So if the 2023 finishes appeal, a Ray 34 single pickup could be my next acquisition. Very good. You'll like that for slapping, I can tell you. Lewis Wingrove, second interview for my kid from his first interview at McDonald's. Congratulations. Good one. When will you know the outcome, Lewis? Sorry, I'm frimicking, ladies and gentlemen. technical term, which basically means playing a load of old nonsense that isn't really very musical. Frimmicking. That's what it's called. Ooh. Yeah. There we go. It's a beauty. With the 3D body, of course. I think this is a 2007 or a 2008. I bought it in 2008, but yeah. It's weird though. I don't really have to do too much. It kind of stays as is. Doesn't move around too much at all. I think during lockdown was the first time I'd had to adjust anything on it since 2013 when we were in Israel. And it wasn't too bad in the heat. It did okay. Yeah. You've done some travels, haven't you? Truly, she has. Lewis, he's going now. Excellent. Oh, Patrick, there's a purple sparkle sterling 34 that's caught my eye. Is that the one with the gold hardware? Purple is our band colours. Excellent. Martin, Patrick, I saw that one last year. It's very nice. I was after the transparent red burl. Very good. Oh dear. I can't. These live chat videos, if I don't put a strap on the bass, I have to play at such ridiculous angles. I noticed this on the not the live chat. What am I talking about? Workbench video I did over the weekend, and I had to come in back from the garage to get a strap to wear the bass to test it on video, because I'm like, it doesn't make any sense. You're not showing it in its best light. Yeah, a belter. It was a good purchase, that was. What else can I show you? What would you like me to pull out the racks? The regulars here know the things that are in there. Rosa Genchi, what's your view about Music Man Sub? They are great bases for the money. I reviewed one for the magazine back in, oh my word, 2016, and I was really impressed. For the price, you're getting a great bass. Okay, it hasn't got all the finesse and the finishing wonderfulness that you're going to get from the American one, but then you're not paying the American price, are you? So if you are looking at a Music Man Sub, Rosa, go for it. Really go for it. I think they're great. There will be a video of one up at some point. I had my eye on a few that were on eBay, and haven't got round to that at the moment. I've had other things to deal with, but there will be a video, a demo here on the channel, and a review video. Next up is the workshop video on the Lakeland, so that will be up. Well, I'm hoping tomorrow. And then I've got to do a demo video and a review video, at least filmed, before we get to Saturday, because that's going to come out. And I want the sound of the new strings fresh for the demo and the review video before they've done a gig. So, yeah. And also, using the bass for the demo and the review will play the strings in, so they're a bit nicer to my hands when we're on the gig. I'm not a fan of strings straight out the packet on a gig. I like them to be a little bit more played in. They're a little bit more forgiving, especially if you're sliding. I used to have a dreadful habit of sliding using my third finger on a brand new set of rotor sounds. It was like cutting your finger open. And I wouldn't play it with the pad. I play it with the side of my finger. And I don't know why I used to do that. I think it was a certain bass I used. It just lend itself to that way of playing. And after you've done it a few times, you start to build up like this regular sort of cut on your finger. But yeah, Martin Fate, if you play at that angle, you need to crab walk too. Don't tempt me. Lewis, it took me some years, but I finally got some juicy info on what the manufacturer is doing wrong. Thanks to my father, retired electrician, you must have the same mass of negative wire as positive. What are we talking about here, Lewis? Are we talking about, I'm going looking back through your comments. Are we talking about going back through your posts, mate? I think we're talking about the preamp, aren't we? Are we? I don't know. I've lost the thread there. Remind me, Lewis, what we're talking about there, my friend. Clean sounds on a guitar circuit. Thank you. Very good. So last week I mentioned that I was in conversation with John Taylor's Tech, and I had hoped to go and do a rig rundown prior to one of the O2 gigs here in London. It didn't happen, sadly. They had too much going on. Anyway, I was talking to his tech yesterday, Bernie, and asking how the tour was going and what have you. And he reiterated they have some interest in checking out some Aguilar gear. There's a possibility at some point I might get involved in that process. I don't know if it will come to anything or not, but I've extended the Brooks's Bass Corner knowledge base to Bernie and JT if he wants. I mean, he can make his own mind up about gear. He doesn't need my input. But if he wanted to try some, if he wanted to talk about it, get a viewpoint of how a Dingwall NG2 sounds through an Aguilar rig, I was more than happy to supply my gear for testing if they wanted it. But I'm sure they could just go to Barnes and Mullins and request a testing rig. So we'll see what happens. But there's no doubting that new Rio Dingwall sounds fabulous, even through a GK rig. Not there's anything wrong with GK, there isn't at all. Just not my preference, but it sounded great. And I've been watching a few videos on YouTube over the past week. Actually, there was one today. Someone had filmed virtually the whole Birmingham show, and the sound was really good on it, and the bass just sticks out a mile. It's got a new, seriously good bass tone for the first time in decades. I feel my perception of it. That's the best bass sound he's had in a very, very long time. Just sounded great every time he plucked string snaps. It all just really cut through. Just sounded great. Lewis, the negative side is lacking on most instruments. Okay, cool. Lewis Wingrove, my chorus pedal sounds much better. Walrus Audio Juliana. I have no experience of that. I'm sure, Lewis, I don't have any experience of any of the pedals on your board. And at some point, you're going to have to provide either a diagram or a photo, but we can't see them on live chat, sadly. We just can't do images, can we? So, which is a shame. I don't know why I can get these details back. Let's have a look here. Doesn't look like it. No, what's that? No. Okay, we're just carrying on as we go. For some reason, I've lost on my camera. It would tell me while we're recording this how many people are watching, how many people have liked it. That's gone. It's not on my camera anymore. And I'm now in the analytics section of YouTube Studio for this video, so I can see. I think at the moment we've got 13 viewers, got 15 likes, had 80 views, and the average view duration is 31 minutes and 39 seconds. So well done, gang. Not bad. We're coming up on 3 hours. Wow. Lewis Wingrove, series parallels the theme on my board. That's good, because I like basses that have a series parallel switch. Makes a big difference. And I love it on the Dingwall that there's a series setting and a parallel setting. That's on the pickup selector, which is great. Makes a big difference. Excuse me. Gives you some tonal options that are quite quite apparent without having to make radical changes to EQ. So I'm always up for some series parallel switching. Paul, is that bass guitar Spectre bass? Yes, it's a Euro 4 LX, so made in the Czech Republic, but based on the NS2 that's made in America. You played in blue, as I always get Spectre and Spectre bass guitars mixed up. Right, Spectre, Spector, Spectre TRE. I don't even think that's a brand. I don't know where you've got that from. If there was a bass called a Spectre, that's a particular model, but it's nothing to do with Spectre, the brand. That bass, the blue bass, that's a Spectre, Spector, after the guy that company was, Stuart Spector, personal friend. It's a Euro 4 LX, which is the European built version of the Spectre NS2 from America. And they're great. Pound for pound, really not that dissimilar from the American one. There's some, but I know some players who've played, or they'll have a Euro 4 LX right next to an American NS2, and trying to differentiate between the two, really difficult. That's not to say they're all like that. That's not the case. But if you get a really good LX and a not so great NS2, although you shouldn't do for that price, it can be. So what's the extra couple of £1,000, $1,000, €1,000? What are you getting for that? Lewis, I'm about to drop a second line with switching for a line 6. About to drop a second line with switching for a line 6 HX Stomp 8 XL. Yeah, one of those. Well, if you start going down the line 6 HX Stomp route, Lewis, we could be here for several days. So you can get lost in the rabbit holes on there. I had one here for a review, and I felt like I was losing days of my life because there's so many so many options and permutations available. But it's all good. Sometimes it's nice to have that flexibility. It's just having the time to kind of get into the intricacies of it. But it's great kit, you know. A great box. If you're well into your effects and you know all your switching paths and you know your amp modelers and the flexibility to do things and mix and match effects and sounds, it's great. Martin, was there any particular reason you chose an NG2 over an NG3? Yeah, there wasn't an NG3 in existence when I bought the NG2. I knew the NG3 was coming, but I was more than happy with the NG2 because I'd reviewed one. I'd played quite a few at Bass Direct and London Bass Show, and where I'd had one or two here for review, I got time to play around with it. So I knew I wanted an NG2. And when I wanted to buy one, this one came up as it couldn't be sold for full price because there was a defect in the paint finish. And it was offered to me at a slightly reduced price. And I said, yeah, doesn't bother me. And you would be hard pressed to find the paint flaw. But it was there. If you look close enough, you can see it. But didn't worry me. And I wanted one in yellow. That was my colour of choice because the white was, I think, Ducati white. It's almost like a cream. It's not like an Olympic white. And I like white bases to be white. White. I don't want white. I want white. Shock white. But the yellow, the Ferrari yellow, works for me. And I didn't have a yellow base, apart from like the Mike Dirnt Precision that you can see on the edge of the picture there. That's actually allegedly vintage white, but as Mike Dirnt calls it, Fender came up with margarine. That's not vintage white. It's more like butterscotch yellow, but yeah. Paul, I was just about to tell you on my YouTube channel that you were coming up amazing, but since then I've been getting online buffering. Everyone on the chat tells me everything's fine. I'm not convinced because I've got this studio. In fact, if I go back, if I come out of the analytics, okay, let's go to manage. Don't drop me off here. If I go back into there, see, I've got no picture. I've got the picture here on my camera. Ah, it's done it at last. It's done it. I've finally got the picture. I haven't got the rotating spinning thing. Nice pipes. What are you talking about, Stace? Oh, me doing the white. Right, very good. Well, hopefully, Paul, that's sorted. I don't know what's changed. Still don't have the thing on my camera telling me how many people are watching and how many likes, but I do have that right in front of me, so that's fine. The stream froze on me about 5 minutes ago and I had to refresh the window, but all good again. Maybe it's a thing with YouTube tonight, maybe. But yeah. I was about to pull, get the dingwall, of course. Get the dingwall. You won't be able to see the paint defect on here. It's two-way. You've got to get microscopic down on it, but this is a fine base with a low B. Ready? Fabulous. Oh, hello. Thank you. Love it. Love it. Graphite scratch plate. 2 neodymium pickups. Dark glass tone capsule. Active passive switch. 3-band EQ. Bass. Low mid. High mid. Pickup selector. 4-way pickup selector. Volume. Excellent. Love it. Matching headstock. Yeah, mighty fine. And now a little bit limited, really, unless people sell a second-hand NG2, you just don't see them. Everyone wants the NG3s, but I love this. Absolutely love this. kind of those pair of pickups are right in the sweet spot for this. I'm hiding, by the way. And I love the little touches, you know, the battery compartment. It's great. Yeah, love it. Always a pleasure to play. Ooh, my fingering's not right. Oi, hello. The old scale link's catching me out. There we go. Stream froze on you. Paul, I'm back as I just signed out and then put back on again. Very good. Lewis, good to see you. And Paul is back as well. Excellent. That's what I like to see. Lots of emojis. Fabulous. Well done. Yeah. Woohoo! Hello. Is that a tune? Thought it was. Something didn't feel right. Right, I'm not that bad. Martin, I love my Ferrari green NG3. If the house was on fire, I could only grab the dog on one base, it'd be the Dingwall. They're great. Really great. So how many bases you got, Martin? Is it 2, 3? Maybe more. I nearly went for the green. I have to say, I nearly did. But at the time, so 2017, lots of people were buying the green Dingwalls. And as far as I could tell, not many were going for yellow. And I love that yellow. Although weirdly, when I filmed it for the demo on the channel, it looks orange on the video. It's not. It's this. But for some reason, the yellow came out orange. Bizarre. You've got 6. Very good. Time to spill, Martin. What have you got? Lakeland DJ4, very good. NG3, fabulous. Rock Bass Streamer NT, good. 3 full fat Warwicks. What you got? Don't tell me 3 end whistles. Buzzards, of course. Woohoo! Got a Streamer Peanut Artist Series, very nice. Thumb Limited 2020, okay. And a Custom Shop Streamer Alexa. That's a nice mix, that. Got some nice bases, sir. Very nice. Now, those should cover pretty much, I was going to say all the bases, but it's just too cheesy. I say it all the time. Yeah. Nice. I applaud your taste, sir. Well done. Still room for a Ray 34. I was about to say, you haven't got like a classic bridge humbucker in there for that tone. But yeah, Ray 34 fit that bill. Certainly. Certainly, Bertley. Just going to put this back on the wall. Yes, sir. Ah, his one doesn't come out that often. I really should. Should use it on more gigs. I'm very tempted to get this out for some of the festivals this year. This is a Status Matrix 1990 vintage. The first range of headed basses that Status made. It's got a P and a J, 2-band EQ, pickup, pan, volume. Simple. This bass, I believe, and quite a few other Level 42 fans think this is probably one of Mark's best bass tones ever, based on the recording of one of the Hammersmith shows via Capital Radio. You can see that on YouTube. Well, you can listen to it. There's no visual. You can't hear it because I'm not plugged in. So it's just graphite necked basses when they're not plugged in don't sound great. Wait till they're plugged in, then they sound amazing. And I've got 3595s on here, which are the lightest strings I've got on any bass. But it means you can do all of that. That's what they're built for. And yeah, histrionics. What we got here? Mike, still room for a yep, good. Joe Goose, I haven't seen you in weeks, Joe. Where have you been hiding? Can I please plug that Status in? Let's hear a few slap notes. I haven't got an amp. I mean, this is a daft thing. I've got amps and cabs, but they're not cabled up for me to sort of turn them on. I think I did a demo with this a couple of weeks ago when I did the 2 live chats. So there'll be chat 41.5 and chat 42. If you go through that, just zoom along the time bar. I think there's a couple of demos on there, a couple of playing sessions. But this is great. Lighter gauge strings makes it so easy to play. And there's also a demo video here on the channel if you want that. Hold on, I can find that for you. 2 seconds, my man. There we go. There you go, Joe. Get your laughing gear around that one. So we have it. So it have that twang. Yeah. Yes, it does. It cuts through like no other Status I've ever heard. The circuit is what's doing it all. For some reason, they didn't utilize this circuit in anything else after it. I don't think. Might have gone into the energy base maybe, but at the time the Matrix was quite a high flyer in the Status range. But the circuit is just absolutely stunning. And the funny thing is, the guy that owned this before me had 4505s on it, and he was in a pub rock band. And so he said, "Oh, I don't do frills stuff. I just sort of, Sweet Home Alabama and, some old rock and roll." I was thinking, what a waste. What a waste on that bass. But yeah, I'm very glad I got it when I did, because these are rocketing up in price now. Joe, so what did you make of the latest 40th stay? You were right, they sold out very quickly. Yeah, and what I'm worried about is people are going to just try and make a huge amount of profit. Within 12 months, some of those basses will be back up on the second-hand market you watch, and they'll have slapped an extra couple of grand on top. I'm not sure they're going to attain stupid money, because the 30th anniversary ones didn't, although they sold for quite a lot. But when they've gone up second hand, they haven't always reached what the sellers want. And it seemed to me like I've seen this before. I'm of that vintage, but when the King basses came out, there were a lot of level 42 fans who couldn't play bass, bought a King bass. Well, why didn't you just buy one of the other basses he's played? Why did you have to have a King bass? Anyway, they bought them, and within a year, some even 6 months, people were selling them, and they were wondering why they weren't getting all their money back. I think they thought, this is like 2001, 2002. They thought they could buy one and it would just suddenly rocket up in price. And it was like, no, the market was flooded with King basses. Lots of players were buying them because it's the new bass that Mark King was playing, and didn't happen. But I know there were loads of level 42 fans who thought this is going to make me want to learn to play bass, and it didn't happen. And like I say, suddenly there were loads of level 42 fans flooding eBay, level 42 digest forums, and any bass forum. Oh, I've got a King bass, I want to sell it. And I think that's kind of a little bit what's happened here. I've seen people posting that they've bought one of these basses and either they can't play or you always get those players that say, I don't think I can do this bass justice. Well, why did you buy it? It didn't. If you wanted a Fender Jazz, you should have bought a Fender Jazz. A Status Series 2000 is not a jazz bass. And the funny thing with Status stuff is graphite as well. If you make a mistake on a graphite neck, it becomes very obvious. When you start getting a buzzy note over a fret, you aren't fingering properly, everyone's going to hear it through that amplifier. And I think maybe that puts people off because it doesn't hide mistakes very well. So we'll see what happens, mate. I wasn't going to spend that amount of money on a Series 2000. I've already got one. And as nice as they were, and it was the last hurrah, and I don't think people are going to... I can't see Status stuff going to the same level as WoW stuff, because there are far more Status basses out there. A lot more. It's a lot easier to buy a Status bass than it is to buy a WoW. So, if anyone's buying Statuses thinking they're going to get 12 grand for them in the next year or two, you won't. I don't think so. I can't see it. I just can't see it. I could be proved wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. But yeah, I can't see it. So, but there were some very nice guitars there. And I've no doubt, actually, there will probably be one or two come back up for sale by people who bought them and they're not bothered about making a loss. So there might be a bargain to be had at some point. I'm sure you and I would both be in the market for that if that happened, but I can't see it. I think all Status stuff now. I mean, I saw someone posting about that 6-string Energy today. And someone quoted them like £1,000. It's like, that ain't worth £1,000. No way. If they got £1,000 for that, then they're very lucky. But a 6-string Energy is not going to be £1,000. Yeah, I thought they were a bit overpriced for what they were. And I remember those blanks popping up in various photos on bass forums and social media. So it was quite funny that blanks that Rob had discarded, he suddenly bought back to turn into these basses. But I mean, they look great, but yeah, just a lot of money, and it's not money I've got, unfortunately. Paul, back to Slappy. Yeah. Kev, C-Bass, one of the 42 limited edition MK Fender Jazz basses might be worth a bit. No, I don't know. Yes, they're limited. They don't play great. The frets on them are not seated well. They stink of Play-Doh. If you like that smell, great. And they've never really retained their value because they're not that great. I think they go for about £2,000, but I don't think you're gonna. And Mark didn't really use them. He only used them for a very short time, 2 or 3 months. He didn't use them for long, because then he moved over to the GBs, the Spitfires. Have you got one, Kev? Is that why you're talking about that? I've never played one, but everyone that I know has owned one has said the frets are on, quite a few of them, the frets are popping out. And they stink, and the finishing is not great. Some of the necks have started to go a bit warpy as well. Paul, back to being a slapper. Nah. That boat sailed for me long ago. There's no money in it. It really isn't. It's fine to have as a thing in your arsenal, but doesn't pay the bills. Patrick, it would make you clean up your playing a graphite neck. Yes. My Enfield has a graphite neck and it keeps you very precise. Exactly. Martin, Play-Doh stink. What's that about? I think it's something to do with the internal, the inside of the case. And for a lot of them, they were kept in their cases. And certain bases when they're, and I've heard of other makes and brands of base that have had cases that were a bit smelly, and the base takes on the smell into the lacquer. I'm sure if you Google it, Mark King fenders, they smell of Play-Doh, apparently. Paul, sorry mate, as I'm too quick to keep up. Kev, I haven't. Empathy and Series 2000 only. Man of taste. Empathy and 2000s, absolutely. Snap. Lewis, most people don't want to put in the time it takes to play an instrument. There's that as well. So you see, these people are investing like 4, 5, 6, 7 grand in a status that's got no connection to Mark King other than the brand. He hasn't played it. He didn't play Series 2000s very. I think he had one. He might have used it on True Colours maybe. But Mark tended to play Series 2s. And then King bases and the occasional Empathy. He didn't really go for the 2000s from what I can gather. Joe Goose, you were also right. Rob Green also mentioned I currently have no plans to continue graphite composite production, so these will be our last graphite composite bases. Can only go on what he put on that retirement message. One day if he'll make bases out of wood again. Maybe. There was talk about he might sell the brand as a licensing deal to a foreign manufacturer. So who knows? If he made bases out of wood again, great. As long as the necks are good, because the wooden bodies and the laminates and stuff are always great. Sorry, I meant to say I get Tio. You're talking in gibberish now, Paul. I'm getting parts of words. It's like Norman Collier. No, I get it. It's fine. You're trying to do it all on a phone, mate. It's hard work. It's coming up to 11:30, guys. We'll be banging this on the head shortly, I think. But we do have 15 viewers, so maybe not just yet. And the conversation is flowing, so I'm not going to stop that. No idea why. Oh, are you asking me? I hardly posted on there. I've lost the thread there, Joe. What do you mean? You hardly posted on where? I've lost you a bit there, mate. Sorry, I realise I'm just, that's where the chat window is. I have to read the messages, and it's been quite quick. Pass it on there. Group. Do you mean the status group on Facebook? Is that what you mean there? Stacey, hey, Joe Goose Bass. Good to see you back. Yeah. Paul, I meant to say I don't get enough time to reply to texts. No problem, mate. You go at your pace. We'll pick up the conversation as you post. I was in Southwest London, Joe. Weekend before last, I was doing a wedding at Hampton Court. Mm. Oh, nice. Yeah, I saw you played a massive venue recently. That was Friday. That was Newbury Showground with 21st Century ABBA. No large backline. I was on Aguilar AG 700 and an SL 212. That's all I had. And it really wasn't very loud. I had in-ear monitoring. PA dealt with all the volume. It was loud. I know that much. But no, not a lot of backline that night. Joe Goose, give me a shout when you put the status up for sale. Won't be happening. Took me long enough to get hold of this. Although when I bought this, these were going up for sale all the time and not that expensive. They were about £500-600 at the time. It's like 10 years ago. You could get some that had natural top instead of the black, but I quite like the black. Because I don't have that many all black basses. The Attitude's got white scratch plate, but it's black. This Natural Series 2000's kind of black. Black Precision, the John Deacon stuff. Black Precision Light, of course. And that's it. That's all I've got, black basses wise. Yeah. How's that JD coming along, Joe? The all black is very Knight Rider, looks evil. If I got another one, I'd get some LEDs put in it, but cost of LED installation now is a little bit prohibitive. It would cost more than buying the base. Joe Goose, I changed my order for the Series 3 pink fretless to a normal fretted, but with satin inlays. Okay. As the bass gallery is converting one of my Yamahas to a fretless. Very good. Did they do that bass setup that you needed that I wasn't able to do? I just had so much going on at the time, mate. Really, it's been flat out here. Belting. That'll be my bass of choice when I start doing the slap stuff. Stu's book. Always worth keeping a set or two of light strings. And that's why they're on that bass, because the neck isn't going to move. So, very good. Joe, not yet, as they are working on two of my basses. When I go to pick those two up, I'll drop off the bass. Makes sense. There's been a few JDs passed through Bass Brothers. Yeah, there's actually a lot of stuff at Bass Brothers that doesn't necessarily go up on the site. I think he kind of keeps like not a stash, that's the wrong word, but a selection off of the website. So they're either things that haven't sold and the throughput on the site has pushed it down the down. So he then takes it off the site and maybe keeps it to one side. But that shop seems to be the place to go for JDs and status. It does. It does. See more Alembics on there in the past year than I think I've seen in any bass shop since American Guitars down in Sevenoaks stopped being the UK distributor. I need a guitar to modify badly. Lewis, have you any more thoughts on that bass center bass? Whether a Betsy or a Jive bass, or did you get in touch with them? It's 11:30. We're doing a marathon here. We got 15 current viewers. Well done, gang. Powers of stamina here. Do you mean a guitar, Lewis, or do you mean a bass? Or do you mean I need a guitar to modify badly? So you can do a bad job of it. Is that what you meant? I got the modification itch, must fix something that isn't broken. Well, here's a possibility for you. Go onto YouTube. In fact, I'll find it for you and I'll send you the link. Hold on. Bear with me a moment. Here's a video. You'll love this. I know I do. Right, hold on. Right, you want to check this out, Lewis. So this is a video for Aguilar jazz pickups, and this is one of the finest pickup videos I've ever seen in my life. So they basically got 4 different sets of jazz bass pickups: 60s, 70s. I think it's like 70s hot. Oh, I can't even remember. I'm forgetting it myself. Hang on. Oh. Here we go. 60s, 70s, hum cancelling, and the hot overwound pickups. Basically, they've got the same bass, a Lakeland 464, I guess. It's their version of a jazz bass. And they get the guy, Jonathan Marin, to play the same things on each bass with the 4 different sets of pickups. And it's great. You can hear all the differences. It's an amazing video. I loved it. And it makes it very clear what the differences are. You can hear it really well. Check that out. You want to do some modification, get yourself a cheap jazz bass and find which pickups you like and stick these in there. Let me know your opinion on that bass. What we're talking about, Joe? It's a 4-string. What am I looking at? Tell me, Joe, what do you mean? Oh, you've got circuit ideas, Lewis. Very good. What active circuit? Are you talking about circuits in basses? Patrick Sweeney, I did exactly that and stuck in the 70s style. See, I did the 60s and they were good, but they just kind of lacked a bit of poke. And I think if I had another set of Aguilar jazz pickups and put them in a jazz bass, I'd go for the hum cancellers. I thought the hum cancellers sounded the best, and really I should have done that. Having said that, the bass that I put the 60s ones in wasn't great. It had a real neck problem, and and it was weird. I just couldn't get it to sound like a good jazz bass. It was just a bit uninspiring. So the bass moved on. But I really liked the hum cancellers. I thought they sounded great. And the bass they went in, the 60s pickups, was a 60s reissue. So I was trying to keep that sort of vibe, but it just didn't sound that great. Not the pickups' fault. Pickups were great. I have a feeling the bass was too many. I think I got the feeling it had been put together. Well, it had. But it was with a body and neck of two of the same bass, but something about it just didn't click. It was, and I had it kind of set up and adjusted a couple of times, and no one could get it right. And I was just like, you know what, this bass is too much hard work. So I then got Betsy and used Betsy on the same gig as the jazz bass, the reissue. I did one set with the Fender and one with Betsy, recorded it, listened to it back. Betsy was all over it. That's why that jazz bass got moved on. Which video? What we're talking about? Ah, the link I've put in there, Lewis. The one at 11:33. Check it out. It's good viewing. All pickup videos should be like that. If a company's got variations of a particular pickup, that's the way to do it. Paul, I found a really great Ed Friedland VHS to DVD, and he can have a great tutorial to beginner and intermittent and advanced way of learning slap bass, but I always had issues. Okay. I used to have a lot of time and respect for Ed Friedland. I thought he was great. And I read a response of his when Future took over bass player from New Bay Media. And I didn't like his response. It was very... I've never met him. I've never had any communication with him. But I read the email and went down in my estimations, put it that way. I didn't expect someone with that level of experience and journalistic know-how to come up with a response like he did. But there we go. Each to their own. I'm sure I would have been equally disgruntled had it been me in his position. But yeah, not to worry, eh? Joe, looks like a 90s era Stealth. Sorry, you're... Oh. Right, Joe, I don't know which bass you're talking about, because you put at 11:33, you said, let me know your opinion on that bass. I don't know what bass you mean. What would be your maximum bid on something like that? You need to send me a link, Joe. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, mate. Maybe you thought you sent a link. Have I missed it? No, I don't think so. What am I looking at? Are we talking about the one with the amber tint on eBay? Ah, that'll be why. Got you. Let me see if I can change that. Community moderation. No, can't do. No, I can't do anything about that. Ah, it's because you mentioned eBay. Ah, the amber tint. I was looking at it last week when it first came up. I haven't looked at it, so let's have a look, see what it's at the moment. It is a Stealth. haven't seen what the price has gone up to. 1,500. I think it's undervalued at the moment, but it's got until Sunday. So I don't know. You don't see them with the amber tint very often. That was like a 1997, 98, 99 thing. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen one go up for sale for quite a while. It's got a couple of dings on it as well, as I recall. I don't know. Probably somewhere between 2 and 2.5, maybe. 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 Looks like it could do with a damn good polish. It's got a couple of dings on the. It's got a ding on the lower horn at the back, and then another one on the curve going up from the neck on the rear. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. The guy says it's been well looked after. I'm not so convinced. I don't know what he's been doing to cause those dings, but we'll see. Where's he? Brighouse. I think that's is that Midlands way? Nottingham, I think it is, isn't it? Oh, it's set further up, isn't it? Huddersfield. Yeah. Oh, he's doing economy delivery. Okay. Have a little look here. It's got a few scratches on it. So he says it's been in its case, and the fingerboard looks horrendous. What's he been doing to it? It's got a scratch on the top as well. Bridges, good nick. Pickups have got some marks on them. Don't know. We'll see. Yeah, between 2.5 maybe. Yeah, amber tint. Thanks, I nailed it. I'm always ready to learn something. Cool. Would you pay over 2? Yeah, would. Not like you can have one made, is it? They don't come up that often. Stealth models weren't that prevalent, really. And then there was the Stealth 1, then they went to Stealth 2. So I think people are always caught in that, which one do I want? Looks like it has pick up over wear, yeah, pick up cover wear, yes. Yeah, it's not really my thing. I'm actually the highest bidder. Well, you might get it, but I'll bow out at around 1,600. We will see. See, I've got the 2000. I had the 2000 Matrix, which was a headed version, which was a custom order. It's now owned by Robert Mitchell. You'll see him on the Status Facebook group, and that had the 2-band EQ. So same as a 2000, but with a headstock. Well, it sounded very different to the 2000 I've got. And when I compared it to my Empathy, that mid-range control and sweep on the Empathy makes all the difference. So to have a 2-band EQ on a Status is great, really good, but you have to make sure that's the sound you want, because it's not like, well, you can retrofit another circuit, I guess, but yeah, don't know. I did see that when it came up. I think it was Friday, but I was going out to my gig. I'd kind of forgotten about it actually until you mentioned it. But yeah, I think it'll rock it up a bit nearer. When is it? Sunday. We'll see. We'll see. I just suspect there's more damage to it than you can see, and it's. Oh, hang on, there's a load more here. What's this? Stealth 4-string. Status board 200, yeah, that makes sense. It's got all the paperwork, good start. We will see. Then you've got the one that's going for 4,750 quid. I mean, look, there's a groove bass on there going for 1,500. Not that they ain't going to get that. You don't get £1,500 for a groove bass. No chance. And I don't know who this is in Japan that keeps buying up loads of statuses, but they seem to be coming in from there. Doing okay, we're coming up on 4 hours. I think we'll bang it on the head at the top of the hour, but keep chatting, guys. We'll keep this going till midnight, I think. No, I hear you, Joe. I hear you. You kind of have to weigh these things up. If you're going to buy something for money, are you buying it to hope that it goes up in value, or are you going to use it? If you're not going to use it, then it needs to sit in the case. And if you're not going to wait for it to appreciate, there's not much point buying, I think. But you see, I use everything I've got in one way or another. So kind of, and now with the YouTube channel, I've started buying basses that I'm going to feature in videos, and then I can sell them on once I've done the videos I need, because basically the video will earn the money that it's cost to buy them. But that's what's like this, like the Lakeland. I didn't need to buy this, but I thought, you know what, I could do some good videos with this, and the Ibanez's that I've bought. So, but this is a fine playing bass, just not sure why that cavity has been so over routed. It's really hard to show it on here, but there's a huge gap. Oh, let me try. Well, you can't see it without my fingers being in the way. It's a huge gap down the side of that pickup. Quite shocking, really. I don't know who was on the body routing that day, but they made a pig's ear of that. There we go. Not to worry. Yeah. So we'll do another 10 minutes and then we'll wind down for the night. Martin, have I ever considered trying to pick up upgrade for Betsy? No, because I'm very happy with the EMGs, I have to say. They do everything I want it to do. I've got a Marcus Miller Jazz here, which has got the stock pickups in, but a Johnny circuit, and that sounds different. But no, I'm quite happy with those EMGs in Betsy. It does what it needs to do very nicely. If I did, then yeah, I'd put the Aguilar hum cancellers in. No, quite happy with the EMGs in it. I quite like the fact that it's active pickups and not an active circuit. It kind of gives me a slightly different jazz bass tone to what I've got, but Betsy is kind of what she is. Yeah, it's got loads of power, loads of bite, clarity for days. Yeah, it looks like a great spec. I don't need a jazz bass, but I'm still tempted. It's a handy thing to have. If you haven't already got a Fender Jazz, you just need that thing where you want a bit of an understated bass that looks quite good, but without being too far off, sort of, looking a bit too modern. It works perfectly. And the neck's great, and it's not a huge amount of money, you know. But the pickups and the ebony fingerboard are kind of what make it. So a lot of jazz basses, they have the tone that they've got. They can be a little bit spongy sometimes, and that ebony board, the notes just fly off, really. And the EMGs kind of capitalize on that. So it's got real bounce to it. It's a lot of there's a lot of bite in it, a lot of clarity, which you don't always necessarily get with a jazz bass. Some do, some don't. But Betsy does a fine job. Again, it was one of those basses I literally picked it up and instantly thought, I've got to buy this, because if I wait and get another one from their warehouse, it might not be the same, might not play as well, might not sound as good, so just buy it. So I did. I wish they did a white one. I don't know why they went for black, probably because Guy said let's have a black one. If they'd done a white one, I might well have bought one, because I love a white bass. Joe, I'm going to order a Zoot bass next. Very good. Good. Say hello to Mike for me. There's a bit of a waiting list, just deciding on the model strings. Go for it, mate. Go for it. They are very good basses. Are you having the Well impersonator bass? Is that what you're heading for? Yeah. Yes, it does. But I'm not a big fan of Wells. How they feel, how they play, how they sound. Or the ones I've played, I haven't been a big fan of. And I've had various opportunities to buy them over the years and never found one that made me go, oh, I really need to buy this. They've left me very underwhelmed. I wanted to really like it. I thought this is going to be right up my street. I played 4 or 5 and just couldn't see what. You asked him to build you an original Zoot body shape from the 90s, as he's updated the body shape and I'm not too keen on it. Prefer the old one. Fair enough. Not tempted to get a GB, Joe? Not on the radar? There've actually been quite a few GBs going up for sale recently. You're on the WoW waiting list to get on the waiting list. Very good. It's funny, I remember being at Martin Sims's place back in 2002 when I was having the LEDs put in my Empathy and side LEDs put in the Series 2000 status. And there was an American guy there. And I think he was having something done on a guitar. And he was desperate to buy a WoW. And he spent the whole 3 or 4 hours there talking about this. And I couldn't deal with Martin until Martin had dealt with him. And God, yeah, he was desperate to buy a WoW. And I think at that time you couldn't buy them. I think Pete Stevens might have passed on at that point. And the new company hadn't, the newer version of WoW hadn't started up. And so he was going to have to buy one second hand, and Tool had just started to really sort of gain some momentum. And so the American players were desperate to get hold of WOWs. And yeah, I just remember that he didn't have a clue what a status was. And he was like, "Man, you got a WOW?" I was like, "No, no." And the funny thing was, a year before, I'd nearly bought a 5-string WOW for 900 quid. Don't even go there. Regrets of my life. I've had a few, and that was one of them. It was immaculate. 5-string Mark III body. Mark III, Mark II. Might have been a Mark II actually, but it was immaculate. I just didn't buy it. I let it go. There was another guy in the shop. So, "Oh, if you're not going to buy it, I'm going to buy it." I said, "We'll go for it." And I should have bought it. Oh, Mum's off. Catch you later, Mum. Speak to you in the week. Here we go. By the time I get on the actual waiting list, I would have saved up the £8,000. Well, yes, that's true. They're not worth the price, but I've no other options. Second hand. Paul, the bass style of bass player that was on DVD on Ed Freeland looked like a great preparation when it machine gun triplets and his method of slowing it down. Triplets isn't hard. You can do that. You can do that. You just start it slow. So it's duh, 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 duh. So it's thumb, mute, thumb, pluck. I could show you. Try and do it. See, if I have a strap, the bass will be down here. Right, try and do it for you. Right. So thumb, slap, thumb, pluck. And then you speed it up, but you don't speed it up until you've got it right, slowly. That's how you do it. So you just play everything really slowly. So, but, 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 but. That's it. Joe Goose. The present owner of WOW is asking crazy money, but what choice do we have? You don't. They can set their price. Mum's gone. Okay. Joe, my dream has always been to one day own a WOW status and a JD. Well, you got 2 of them. Yeah. Yeah. Well, in my younger days, I wanted all the bases of my dreams. Some I've had, some I've still got, some I tried and realised you don't want one of them. But I can remember being 18 at A-level college and drawing up a list of all the brands and models that I wanted. Like I say, some I've had and got rid of, some I've still got. There aren't that many I want still, I don't think, really. Not in a working capacity. Some of them I've had and used them on gigs and realised that ain't going to work. But it is what it is. Right, we're just about to hit the 4-hour mark. I think we're going to wind it down, guys. So thank you very much for a fabulous evening. Super chat. Well done. Good to see you, Joe. Oh, here we go. Hang on. What's the build time on a GB Spitfire? You'd need to speak to Bernie. I would imagine you're looking at maybe 3 to 4 months, maybe. But you'd need to see what he's got in his build diary. I don't know if he's got much. Generally, Bernie builds stuff and then people buy it once he's built it. Or he'll have orders, but I don't speak to him often enough to know kind of what he's got. But have a word with him, tell him what you want, ask him how long it's going to take, and you pay your deposit and then you wait. Have a word with him, give him a call or drop him an email. No, actually don't drop him an email, ring him. Ring him is the way to go with that, I think. So on that note, it has gone 1 minute past midnight. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege. This was live chat number 47. We're going to do live chat 48 next week. We'll then do 49 the week after that. We'll then do 50 the week after that. It takes us to the end of May. After that, we're going to do one live chat a month through June, July, August. On the last Tuesday of each month, we'll pick up regular live chats when we get into September. So I'm just pre-warning you. So let's make the last 3 live chats really busy, really good. Thank you to everyone for attending. It's been fab tonight. Thank you, all of you. It's been good stuff. We've had some new people on. I'm going to try and line up Micah Thomas from Alembic before we sign off for summer. So leave that with me. We'll see how we go with that. Good to see you, Martin. Take it easy. Cheers, Jim. Cheers, Stace, Joe Goose, Top Man. The rest of you are here. Lewis Wingrove. Super chat tonight. Lovely job. Don't forget, if you want any merchandise, Brooks's Base Corner merchandise, links are in the description box. 15% off up until 1 minute to midnight on Thursday. So you've got 2 days. If you want t-shirts, caps, mugs, mouse mats, affiliate links are in the description box. Please hit the subscribe button. Please give the video a thumbs up if you've enjoyed tonight's live chat. I know I have. It's been fab. So I will love you and leave you. I will see you next Tuesday, same time, same place. Live chat number 48. 48. We're racking them up. I can see messages just popping up again here. Just bear with me a moment. Am I missing something? No. Paul. Yes, that was what I was having issues with, but until I found out, I didn't realise that was the issues I had having an issue with. Good to see you, Paul. Take it easy, my friend. So have a great week, everyone. I will see you next Tuesday. Keep your eye open for the workshop video featuring this Lakeland 4464. It's all filmed. I'm editing it. Should be up tomorrow. Fingers crossed. As long as nothing else sort of takes over my day, that will be live tomorrow. Demo and review video of that base very shortly. The Ibanez SR300, the red one, that's going to have its demo and reviews up very soon as well. Working on some podcasts, working on new affiliates, working on short form. So YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, TikTok. It's all going on. It's busy, busy, busy here. So, see you next Tuesday, 8 o'clock, London town. Have a great week. Enjoy your bass playing. If you need to contact me, social media, or you can use the email address that's in this live chat, Brooks's Bass Corner 2020@gmail.com. Other than that, have a great week. I'll see you next week. Take it easy. All the best.